I'm going to call the Select Board meeting. This is a special Select Board meeting for April 17th?
Yes.
Yep.
17th, to order. And John, was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Great. So, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Not to tonight's agenda, but Hillary Francis is back, and I started to talk with her about scheduling the RTM. And if you want to do it that last week of May, she's suggesting that you consider warning it on the 24th as opposed to the 29th. And so I just thought I'd toss that out there and see what the board thought.
Well, we're supposed to be amplified.
Not amplified?
It sounded. Hello? I think you just have to get real close.
Say it again.
Should we all try them out?
Say it again. So, in looking at the timing on warning and RTM for the last week of May, a suggestion has been made that you consider doing the warning on April 24th as opposed to April 29th so that it can be suitably noticed in all the places that we typically do that.
Super. Okay, so the next item is Chair's remarks, and I have a shortened version of the lengthy rules and regulations, which I'll go to now. Basically, this is a select board meeting, and it's a limited public meeting because it's our meeting, and let's see. People raise your hand, and please sign up. There's a sign-up sheet, and there's a sign-up sheet for each of the three sub-agenda items. There's overflow room in the back, and then there's further overflow room on the third floor should the need arise. Then basically the notes are the same. There's raise your hand. I will call on you. You can only speak twice on one agenda item if everyone else has spoken and time allows. I have the right to determine if a comment is overly repetitive or it's not germane. And no personal attacks. And also, please note the use of our handy timer, and Seth will set it to allow 3 minutes per speaker. And every effort will be made to prevent Zoom bombing. There. So that's that. John, do you have comments?
Nope, I don't have any.
Select board members, do you have general comments?
No.
Oscar?
Just a brief one. For anyone who doesn't know, a visiting artist named Hells Gibson is doing a mural in Harmony parking lot. I think they're going to finish tomorrow, but as a public artist, seem very welcoming of people stopping by to check it out. And it looks really great, and it's exciting to see new stuff going up in town. So I encourage you all to go take a look. Thanks.
And let me just add that it is free of charge. The mural is being provided free to the town. Any other select board members have comments they'd like to make at this time?
Yeah, I just wanted to wish people who are celebrating Passover, happy Passover. Folks who are celebrating Easter, happy Easter.
All right. We're not going to wash anybody's feet tonight, if anyone gets that reference. One, thank you. So let's start with the FY26 budget redevelopment. We're starting with revenues. And, all of us smart people are here to put our heads together to see if we can have additional revenue sources. John, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I tried to pull together a bunch of information on revenues for you in the backup materials. The first thing that I did was I looked at all of the items that the last select board had put into the draft budget and just sort of enumerated those so you knew those were possibilities if you want to continue to include them in the budget or not. They totaled $351,250, and they included an increase to the planning department permit fees. That is an additional $20,000 in revenues. That actually has already been approved at the March 20th select board meeting. There's also in that last budget was an increase to non-resident fees for a library card, which would bring in an estimated additional $3,250. There was a capturing of skate rental fees at the skating rink revenue as an additional $9,000 into the budget, and generating pay-as-you-throw revenues for the automated solid waste system, which is an additional $309,000 in revenues, and an increase in the daily admission cost at the skating rink by $1 for an additional $10,000 in revenues. There were several other additional revenue enhancement ideas that board members had written to me about and suggested that we consider them. And I tried to do a very quick back-of-the-envelope analysis of what some of those might bring in. One suggestion was an update to the business license fees to $100, and current revenues for business licenses are estimated in the budget for FY26 at $50,000. So this could potentially bring in an additional $50,000.
Let's stop there.
You want to stop there? Okay.
Anyone want to discuss that item?
I also, a couple things on the previous list that I think would be worth talking about. Do you think this would be that first couple bullets?
You want to revisit that? Go
Just
ahead.
to discuss a couple. Let's see. The main question I had was just if we could talk a little more about operationally what we are thinking for the pay-as-you-throw revenues. I know that it's a partial year of bag sales and then I believe a partial year of bin rentals. But I know there have been a lot of emails flying about this stuff and people talking about it. I was thinking it might be helpful to check
John,
in.
can you clarify what's
Sure.
been proposed?
The thought in that estimate for the FY26 budget was that we have, as Oscar mentioned, we have half a year of the continued bag sales until the new, and possibly a little bit more, until the new system goes in place. I saw an updated schedule for that, and it's sort of looking like the automated system might come into play around April of next year. So then the sort of April, May, June revenues could be collected in terms of renting the carts to people and spreading that remaining goal up for revenues across the carts, basically.
So, when we were discussing this item, and of course, we didn't have to have the full thing. It's going to be discussed next Thursday, all the processes that went into making that solid waste decision. But one of them was the bags, and when we had our focus groups, everyone felt very strongly about not necessarily the pay-as-you-throw bags, but the concept of pay-as-you-throw, which, of course, is state law. So there has to be some sort of mechanism to capture an incentive to reducing the waste flow. And so that's why if we get rid of the bags, we will be having a mechanism rental that rewards people for less garbage generation. Is that what your question was?
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure, I may be remembering wrong. I think when this number went onto the list, the board was still talking about a version of the system with bags and with people checking the bags and stuff. I just wanted to make sure that we felt solid about that estimate, even though it's, I think, changed to a different implementation.
Yeah, well, I'm not in favor of, people buying plastic bags. But John, you want to?
Yeah. So the select board has not determined yet how this funding should be collected. There was discussion on the last select board about doing the bags and having a camera system to monitor those. The one thing that we have learned is that Casella is unwilling to do that approach, so we're left with just kind of renting the cart somehow with a sticker or something like that. That's sort of what staff have been thinking, but we will bring that to this board, and you can approve that or come up with a different way or whatever you want to do as we move forward with the solid waste implementation. There's a full year of planning that out, figuring it out, and you will be setting the policy on that.
Great, thank you.
And also, if we use the bags with Casella, and they would need to have cameras on the trucks, which is expensive, and that's right.
And beyond that, they don't want the liability. So
Right. Okay. Anything about skating rink?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So, business licenses. Does anyone have anything to say about or consider regarding the business license fees to $100?
Yeah, so I'll die on this sword. This was, I think a couple of us thought of this idea, that it would be a one-time increase. It probably won't change for, I don't know, the next 20 years. How long has it been $50 for a business license? Anybody know?
I don't know, but probably
Since
a
we
while,
started having them?
possibly.
So it's an update. It's sort of like, let's take it to the modern age. It's not going to change. Yeah, it's an increase of a fee. It's disappointing, but it is what it is. So,
All right. So, let's have a system where we'll bring something up, we'll discuss it, we'll vote on it, and what our vote then is a preliminary vote, and then we'll have another chance to consider it either at the end of the evening if there's time, or when John brings a budget back to us on next Thursday. Does everybody feel that that's appropriate?
that's fine. I wonder how are we going to orchestrate public feedback? Will it be per item or a whole slate
Per
of
item.
items? Per item.
Okay, so my household has 3 business licenses, so this is something that would affect me and my family of entrepreneurs. Does anyone else have a comment that they'd like to make before we vote on whether or not we want to up the fees for business license? Yes?
Quick, short comment. I'm wondering how our fees compare to other places. Would this be more like bringing them in line or more of an outlier?
I have not had the time to do that research.
Okay. I'm just a little wary in general of taxes and fees are awfully similar. So raising fees to bring down taxes, I'm not sure how much forward progress we're making there. And also I remember previous years of select board meetings, business owners, being a little sad about the idea of paying a fee to start a business in Brattleboro when we want businesses to start in Brattleboro. So,
And this is a pretty unhappy business climate
Yes.
in the country. Maybe we want to compromise at $75.
Sure.
I like compromises.
I mean, the thing, it's just a nuisance fee as far as
It
I'm
is
concerned
indeed.
anyway. I mean,
It is.
I pay it every year, so it's going to annoy me just as much as whether it's 50, 75, or 100. I'm going to get
Isn't it going
irritated.
to annoy you $25 more?
Is it? Oh, it already annoys me at 50. So,
All
I
right.
mean, but I get it. It's
Yeah.
where we are.
Well,
It's another. And what we don't want to do is hit the same problem that we had with parking, where it sort of sits stagnant, and then all of a sudden we have to have this astronomical increase because we've been nice and not increased it for so long.
That's a very good point.
Yep.
And if you want to elaborate on that a little bit for public understanding.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, last year at some point we all voted to raise the downtown parking rates, and they hadn't been raised in, I think, was it over a decade?
Yeah, I think so.
About a decade. So when we took a look at the shortfalls we were feeling in that fund, to bring it to a level where parking was paying for itself, those fees had to be raised, and they were raised fairly significantly, fairly uncomfortable for some folks. I mean, it's only nickels and dimes and quarters, but it adds up. But the town of Brattleboro had not kind of sort of forecasted that out. We left things as it were, and now we just sort of had to catch up to the rest of the world. And as long as we're comparing town to town and municipality to municipality, I park in several of them throughout my weeks and travels around, and it's in line with our closest two municipalities in Greenfield and in Keene. So we just kind of caught up to them. So I think if we're going to do a business license thing, I like the idea of a compromise. Does it get us to where we need to be? I mean, I know anything going up and to the right, as it were, is a positive thing in conjunction with this conversation. So I don't mind compromising, but I might even add that we go 75 this year, and then thinking forward to 27, maybe raising it to 100 that year. Sort of a two-step process to get to that end number.
That's a great idea, because what we want to see is whether it has a negative impact, and we'd see a certain amount of, if there was a negative impact on people actually applying. So,
well, as you know, I think there are at least 4 of us who own a business in this town. And we've all had to file articles of incorporation with the state, and nobody seems to complain when those fees go up or down. So there is a little bit more than just paying that sort of local fee. Mm-hmm. And every time you register a trade name under that business, it's another $35, $40. So, I mean, as the old saying goes, it is the cost of doing business.
I'm so glad you said that. Okay, should we?
Do you mind if I weigh in just
Please.
about the compromise of 75? I guess the way I see it for a user-friendly fee is that you make the fee and then you keep it there for 20 years and you really don't change it. And that's a budgeted thing, and rather than another vote and another change that's going to hit town departments to
I'm not
have to
suggesting
process.
another vote. I'm just suggesting that as a way to...
That's sort of, they're 75 and we hold it there, or 100 and we hold it there, and we don't mess around with it again. We update it to the 90s. That's a joke. And we go from there. So
Okay, so this is what's under consideration, and does anyone want to speak on that? And let's start with the person who has their hand up. And I don't know if they signed up. Did you?
Oh, I did. I did sign up for revenues. This was in response to the parking. Just as you were talking, I'm sorry, Nell Mayo District 8. I quickly Googled business license fees, and for the town of Keene, it said $125 for the first year and $100 for following years. Just for adding that.
Thank you for that context. Yeah.
Should I say what I had planned to say in revenues, or are you going to work through the rest of the select board items first?
If there's something in particular, a revenue item that you wish to speak of, then you can speak to that.
The only things I was going to bring up are things that I don't feel particularly knowledgeable on, but that have been brought up in front of me, which included the I guess, reviving an older conversation about wastewater utility and interaction with the state. There was some discussion about, I believe this was brought up perhaps at the listening session, about costs that Rutland Town have been able to recoup from the state vis-a-vis the hotel program. And I think that ties into designation of a hub town. Something I had brought up as a question at the finance committee, so this is something that may exist that I'm unaware of, are vacant unit taxes, whether that's on commercial or residential properties. And that
Okay,
was
so,
all.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that's the end of my list.
Okay, great. So vacant properties, we have just established a vacant property ordinance, and so there will be repercussions to vacant properties. John, do you want to talk about the hotel program briefly?
As a revenue source?
Yes.
Some other towns essentially leveraged Act 250 or sued motels to try to get some of the revenue that.
I think you can't be heard. Am I correct? Yeah, just.
Speak uncomfortably loud, John.
Okay.
No, I'll argue that.
Yeah,
I will argue
we're
that.
gonna put all of our statements over to Oscar, but in the meantime, John, please get closer to you.
Usually not accused of being soft-spoken, but where was I? Oh, so some other towns used Act 250 to leverage a settlement agreement with motels. My understanding is that we don't have a similar situation here in Brattleboro. Possibly we do on 2 of them. That is quite a bit of work to go through old Act 250 approvals and everything else to figure out whether there is any leverage there. We have not had the time or the capacity to do that. It also would be a lengthy jurisdictional opinion and would take a lot of time and money to try to figure that all out. So instead, we have not been seeing the motels as a revenue source, but as an opportunity to work with the state program that is conducting the motel program to try to reduce the burden that it's placing on our emergency response services. So trying to figure out ways that absent an ordinance or something like that, we really have no leverage with the motels. So it's really working with the state to try to figure out, are there ways that we can improve the situation so that it's not costing us, $500,000 a year in emergency responses.
And of course, part of the ordinance that was rescinded in December would have allowed us to collect fees for problem properties. So the other one was wastewater utility, and that's something that many of us want to get started. And as soon as we have the capacity in Public Works Department, we'll work towards that.
And that would not likely be a general fund matter.
Yeah, it would be a separate utility fund. Okay, no one. Oh, Dick DeGray. Mr. DeGray.
Yes, a couple of things. The business.
Still there, Dick?
All set? Yeah, I wanted to wait until you finished speaking. Quick question right off the top. You had no public participation. I was wondering why. You can answer that. But first and foremost, the business license came about, I think it's been about 15 years. And we have a business personal property tax that we had. And so we as a board came up with anybody with $5,000 or less of business personal property that was taxable, we decided to go to the business license. And the second part of that was that it helped us to find out how many businesses and what we had for businesses in the community. I certainly support what Amanda put forward as a $100 fee, and then let it sit there. This has been here at least 15 years, so I strongly support moving that to $100. I no longer have a business, so I don't have to pay it anymore on the lighter side. But when we're looking at generating revenue, if we're going to look at this is a nominal increase for businesses within the town of Brattleboro, and I think you should move it to $100.
Great. Thank you.
If you could answer my first question, that would be great also.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. I don't have the agenda in front of me, and I forgot.
Oh, me too.
Sue.
I'll go get some right over there.
No, there's no need because the rest of it is on the thing.
Here.
I hope this is the appropriate time to talk about the revenue piece of it. I've given it some thought, and I also talked with someone else, and I thought that it might be a good idea to increase the hours for pay parking. It's cuts off at 6 p.m., and by virtue of me looking at the cameras, particularly in Harmony Lot, that parking lot is pretty full most evenings up until 9 p.m. The other thing I was going to mention is that the town of Brattleboro owns 118 parcels of property, and that there may be an opportunity to subdivide and or sell off some land. That would accomplish two things. One would be an influx of cash from the sale of the property, and the other would be adding it to the tax rolls. So those are two things I thought might be a good idea.
Thank you very much, Sue. Okay, so I don't think we have any more questions on this matter. So
Should we check for general public participation? Should we see if there's anyone here for that?
does anyone have a comment that is not on the agenda other than Mr. DeGray? Yes, Ken.
Ken Fay, District 8. I think I asked you a few meetings ago about taking written requests or comments. You said you were going to look into it, I think. And also, I think someone mentioned, I think I was circulated to RTM members that a letter went out, like a much better way of me explaining how written comments can be made. So if you can comment on that, that would be great.
So, I do have an answer for that, and it's my personal opinion as chair of the select board that a lot of people write to us, and some people write with personal stories. And I wouldn't, while any correspondence to us could be made public, it's not necessarily a given. And I would like to keep people's privacy to the extent that I can. If someone writes to us and says, please read this at the select board meeting because I can't make it, of course, we'll do that. If someone writes and says, I want my comment to be made public, we can accommodate that. But there's the other side of the coin is that some people write with personal stories that I feel we need to respect their privacy. No. Anyone else have a comment that's not on the agenda? Dick does. Mr. DeGray.
So a follow-up from Tuesday's meeting was something that Oscar brought up when you were doing the financial oversight review. And Oscar asked if there's not another tax collection this year. And primarily he asked that question because he was looking at the revenue brought in by taxes this year that was on the sheet. And the budgeted amount was $17,701,970. And the actual amount brought in so far this year was $17,472,611. And so the reality is, John, I wish you would answer this question at this point as to why we're only $300,000 off, given that we still have another collection. My second ask is that when I asked for, and Kate followed up with, asking you to do a monthly review, and then Oscar asked if we could start doing that, and you, Madam Chair, said, well, we've got a lot of things going on. Why can't we start it in June? You will be done with this process here this month. The reviews are usually done the second week of the month. So I believe that three of you that were just elected on financial oversight should be asking to have this review done the month of May and then going forward, not wait and skip May and go to June. And I'll wait to hear your answers. Thank you.
I think we decided that. I think we said, we would be done with this process and we could have it monthly until June.
Yeah. Do you mind if I?
Go right ahead.
So that sounds good to me, just to making sure we're all on the same page, because theoretically we will have a draft budget by the end of April, if all goes well, and we would be available to look at a monthly review sometime in May. So, okay.
Yes, so that would be monthly starting in May.
Yeah,
We would look at
and
that.
it might be a temporary, we might not do this for all of 2025, et cetera, but at least the next few months, I think.
Great.
Could
All right.
you answer the first question, please? That was to John.
Yes.
I can
Mr.
repeat
Potter,
it again.
no.
So I'm not sure. I do know that we were under in tax revenue collections for last fiscal year. That's part of the reason why we were in a slight deficit for fiscal 24. It may be that some of those revenues finally came in, and so we may be caught up a little ahead of the game for this year, but I would have to confirm that with the finance staff to make sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I have something to say to Mr. DeGray.
Pardon me?
I'd love to say something to Mr. DeGray.
Go right
Well,
ahead.
you had noted, Dick, that you no longer have a business, so you wouldn't have to pay the business license. But I would encourage you to sponsor a fledgling young business if you choose. I think that would be helpful. So there we go.
Great. All right. Are we ready to vote on whether or not we want to raise the business licenses from $50 to $100? All in favor of that? MN, do you want to make a motion?
Oh, okay. I move that the town of Brattleboro update their business license fee to $100 starting in fiscal year, someone fill in the
26.
blank, fiscal year 26.
Okay. All in favor of raising the business licenses to $100 in FY 26, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 There you go, 5-0. See, we're making progress.
Ones that were done.
Oh, no, because I'm assuming,
Slate.
yeah, I'm assuming that we were all good with these previously approved revenue points, this 5 bullets that preceded that. Am I correct?
I mean, that was my understanding.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, I'm fine. For all the stuff that's already been done, I think we can assume that we're keeping it unless we change it. If that.
Yes, and that was my assumption as well. So isn't that nice that we're all on the same page? Okay, so next is the implementation of a new nonprofit business license. Amanda, this is your.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
will.
You wanna
I am
go right
now.
ahead?
I'm going to have everyone hating me. Someone's going to give me a poison hamburger at the next cookout. So this was a thought. It's just a back of the napkin estimation. It could be that we don't have the tiers that you see listed. Does everyone see this in their packet? Okay, so I'll go back to the. Okay. So the nonprofit business license, so there are approximately 75 nonprofits in town that staff are aware of. Implementation would likely require a new form, workflow, with a field for budget numbers and possibly requesting and checking documents, which would be costs. That that's, yeah. Anyway, if it were implemented on the following suggested fee schedule, this could generate an estimated $13,000 to $14,000 in additional revenues. For a nonprofit with no employees, income under $10,000, there's a flat fee paid annually, $50 flat fee. If you do have employees and your budget is $0 to $100,000, you'd pay an annual fee of $100. If you had employees and your budget was $100,000 to $500,000, you'd pay an annual fee of $200. If you have employees and your budget is $500,000 to $2 million, you'd pay an annual fee of $250. And if you had employees and your budget was $2 million $2 million or more, the annual fee would be $300. It's just a thought. It could be that we just line it up with the business license fee in general. So that's just a thought.
So, let's talk about that. It's interesting because we're giving with one hand and taking away with the other. RTM decided to spend $461,000 and change on awards to nonprofits in the town. And also, so now you're asking to have a certain amount of money back, and also it's in a more elaborate and actually more expensive than the business licenses themselves. So maybe we'd want to just talk about it in parity with the business license and then see what everybody thinks. Right?
I think that's fair, and I also would love to hear people's opinions on possible exemptions from the business license.
Right, and
if you're a certain sector of nonprofit.
Like a church.
Like a church, or if there's an application of need where it couldn't be accomplished. It's an evolving idea. It's not big money. It's small money. It's like $13,000 to $14,000. That's not that much money, but it's something. So,
all right. Thoughts?
Lots of thoughts. As much as I appreciate this sort of step program, I think it's going to be a nightmare to kind of track, right? So I think having it fall in line with our business license is a good idea. You are either in business, and maybe you can speak to this, you run a nonprofit. So how much would a fee of, I don't know what you're paying now, but $50 or $100 mean to you?
He's not, because there is no such thing.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
It would be an administrative burden, for one thing, and it would also be, at this moment, with such uncertainty in the funding space, it would be an additional challenge. I've been speaking with nonprofit leaders locally. I understand that there are concerns around significant risk of loss of federal grants, and really, real concerns. In terms of the actual, $50, $100, I don't know how much that would mean, but I could imagine just the psychological burden of, okay, now we're getting a fee from the town for providing a social good here, that could be challenging.
Well, one could say the same, that businesses are faced with the same horrific federal government whims on tariffs and...
What? Tariffs?
Well, it's sneakers, baby.
That I know.
So, we're all in a time where it's all burdensome, but I think, the administrative time is probably about 15 minutes, because I know from filling out my business license, and the psychological burden, it would be the same. So, it's really just a matter of, is this a policy that this select board wants to.
Can I speak to it a little bit? I know there's a lot of speculation about what's going on a federal level on a lot of this funding. And, is it going to be there? Is it not going to be there? What's going to happen next week? What's going to happen tomorrow? I can tell you in my business, like tariffs have already hit the counter. They're there. They're real. They're paying out. I think, as Isaac put, I think kind of sort of finding a different way to tax our nonprofits that do some good work in this town is, I struggle with that a little bit. I do. I understand though, there's some bigger ones that could afford it a lot easier than some smaller ones that do some work. So, and if we're reading the room correctly, right, from a federal level and what's going to go on in this sort of really disruptive air we're breathing right now, if I'm reading the room right now, I'm being asked to solely make this decision about whether to implement a fee. If it were up to me, I'm saying no. I'm saying no, that we should not be further kind of taxing our nonprofits.
If I may offer just a little background, it's wonderful that nonprofits in the state of Vermont, they also have to register with the state, so they do incur a fee there. There's also the matter of property taxes for those organizations, both in our downtown and surrounding. Either it's I don't understand. I mean, maybe someone in this room, for some of our larger landholding nonprofits, probably it's more complex. I realize that, but that is that's just a fact.
Yeah.
So it's not, recouping much. It probably does the same thing as the business license originally was made for, which is a registry of businesses. It can be the same as a business license if that feels more comfortable. But 75 is a big number. Is
that the number of nonprofits we have, 75? Is that what
estimated?
That's estimated. You bring up an interesting point that I think corresponds with the point that Mr. DeGray brought up, which is it would be nice for us to know what all of these nonprofits are, and we've been working all year on coordinating care for the population with our nonprofits. So it might be nice to have this sort of more formal registry of the nonprofits.
Well, not only that, I mean, there was a question someone asked me, they're like, well, what do you get out of it? What do you get out of it? What do you get out of paying this fee? Like, what does a business get from paying their fee? What would a nonprofit business get from their fee? And I think that's worth entertaining too, whether it's a spot on the town website and a way to say, like, hey, we have all these cool businesses in Brattleboro. We have all these cool nonprofits in Brattleboro. We keep that registry alive. So it's not just state. It's not just looking on ProPublica to find all this out, but it's kind of like, it's information for anyone moving to the town. It's information for anyone seeking employment in the town.
I feel like that's a Chamber of Commerce thing.
Yes.
So also a separate fee. But what does the business fee do? It annoys me.
It annoys me too.
Yeah,
we pay too.
Well, if only the town had something to annoy you, I think that in itself would be worth doing.
If that's it. The guy once told me, like, if you could pay $5 to make the noise go away, would you do it? In a heartbeat. So, I think so. The $100 fee is fine. I sort of get this sort of balance with the 2% human services fee is already being taxed by us and paid out to the nonprofits, and I don't know, this feels it just, to me, it feels a little punitive, whether it's 50 or 100. I get completely the spirit and where it's coming from, and I appreciate the spirit and where it's coming from. But again, right now, if I'm reading the room right now in this time and space at 7 o'clock on a Thursday night, I'm not feeling very good about it. And just for the reason, like, the feds can do whatever they want to do, but that doesn't mean we have to fall in line.
Oscar?
Yeah, I don't think this is like an offensive idea or anything like that. I think I'm leaning against it just because, at $100 a license, we're talking relatively small amounts of money. Well, for the town, quite small amounts of money, and people would have to learn to do it, and they would forget, and it would take a couple years until everyone was used to it. And it feels like it goes just slightly against the spirit of a nonprofit, which is that they do give up certain, ways of doing business in exchange for not being taxed. And so I think I'm leaning no, but I think it's a sensible idea. And yeah.
Let's ask Jennifer about it's both this and the business license and how they would or would not be administered. Thank you.
Jennifer Burnell, Town Assessor. We already do a $50 fee for nonprofits as well as businesses.
Oh.
It's been that way, I believe, since we started, and I think we started in 2013. And Dick DeGray was correct that the reason for implementing this was to eliminate the smaller tax bills of $1 here and $1 there for personal property, and to give an exemption for those that receive the business license. They would get the $5,000 exemption and not get a tax bill. And we periodically, maybe every 5 years, ask those to send us their report just to see if maybe there's been a change. But for the most part, those businesses stay relatively small, and they don't add any value assets to their businesses. But nonprofits are already send in a fee, but they are also exempt from the personal property already.
Great. All right, so thank you. And so
I'd like to weigh in just on one more point.
Sure.
And this is just to mention that our nonprofits in our community, our nonprofits are, employers sometimes, many times, good jobs, but they're also use town services, just as any resident, any business uses town services. Our roads, our fire, our police, our EMS, and they are participants of this. So just in consideration of that too. I'm not going to name any in specific, but I will. The person, good friend, is an executive director of a nonprofit right in Brattleboro. They do not pay any property taxes, but they use town services, and they're grateful for them. And I've had feedback from her that, sure, why not? We'll help out. It's not a lot. So, and if it's just $100, that's an update, just like we just updated the business license.
Okay, so I think we've learned some things, and if I'm hearing you, Amanda, I'm thinking that if there was a motion, it would be more like, do you want to update the nonprofit business license program that exists from 50 to 100 to be on par with what we just did?
Yeah, I'd have to ask Jennifer if that's appropriate, because I'm not sure what it's actually called in your office.
For the fee?
Yeah, what is it?
It's the same thing. It's a
same
business
thing
license.
as a business license.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe it's the question's moot?
Can I add to some
Please.
of your comments about
Yeah.
nonprofits? So we have some nonprofits that already make a pilot payment, and it's really should be called negotiated fee. They make a contribution, and I can reach out to other nonprofits for the same request.
and it can be a percentage of what services for the percent of what it can be done with a calculation. What services are for police and fire. We already have some that do that, and to me, it's a little unfair that some do and others haven't been asked. And it is kind of something that's been on my plate that I haven't followed through with. My letters go out in July, and I could add to the list of the ones that already received letters. Just another thought.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's
This is great. Thank you for bringing that up. It's great information.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I'm the president of a nonprofit in town, and I know that we are one of the people who pay a portion of our taxes just to be a part of the solution, if you will. So I think I like that suggestion a lot.
Yeah. Can we, do you want to make a motion? Do you want to adjust it to what Jennifer's talking about? What are you thinking, Amanda?
Oh, I don't know how skillful with words I'm feeling at the moment. Any other volunteers at the table?
I can take a run.
Great.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Peter.
And Jennifer, you send those out in July? Is that when you would start this process?
I do, because we don't know the tax rate, and it's based on the tax rate. So in July, we learn the tax rate, and I put together the letters, and within that second week, I send letters out and request that they make the payments in line with the payments that are the quarterly payments. They can do anything they want, but it's just a suggestion. Within the letter, you make quarterly payments.
And is there like do we not know what like that percentage would be at this point? Is there a standard that we would?
So everyone's different. There are some that use. My office years ago figured it was 59.5% for the use for the budget of police, fire, maybe trash. I don't know. So that was used. Another calculation has been 35% of the non-residential rate. Everybody's different.
Okay.
So yours is a flat rate, which I'm going to ask to increase a little. Because it's been that way for many years.
Save the stamp on mine.
Okay, so that's interesting. If I may suggest.
Yeah.
Jennifer's brought up two very interesting items of information. The first is this business license for nonprofits is already being done.
Yes.
And it's being done at what is currently the same rate as the business licenses, which we've just raised to $100. So it seems to me, in light of this new information, that we could just say ditto and ask the same of the nonprofits who are already enrolled in this system. But then what we also may choose to do is to encourage you to broaden your scope of writing to the nonprofits, asking for pilot. So I hope I haven't stole your thunder about a motion that you might want to make.
I have no idea what to say now.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out how to put this into a motion. So the motion would be.
Can I just ask one quick question before you make that motion? Is that maybe we need some more information gathering on this topic?
Well,
if
maybe
that's-
not. John?
So if you look at the suggested motions that I provided in your memo, it's really about incorporating estimates into a budget for you to look at next week. So you don't really have to make policy tonight. You can say, hey, look, staff, if you want to do this sort of thing, can you go back and include an estimate for it in the FY26 draft budget?
That's great. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
All right,
Are we good on that? Isaac, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, similarly, it doesn't seem like there's a need for a motion if we've just increased polled that we want to increase the business license to $100 new businesses, then we've done that. And if the nonprofits also have business license, then that's taken care of. We don't need to have a redundant vote. Like it's done.
No, I would agree with
and
that.
then the other thing is in terms of who to send these letters to, I don't. That sounds like something that Jennifer figures out, and
It is.
I'm sure she and her team are capable of figuring out who to
Great.
send those letters to.
Great.
It's like my hand is in his back, moving his mouth. I was just going to literally say
Very
almost the
good.
same thing.
Well, that's helpful, John.
I mean, the question I have is, do you want us to generate an estimate for additional revenues from reaching out to nonprofits in the FY26 draft budget? That would be the motion, I would say.
Yes. Sketchy as it may be, yes.
I mean, with the understanding, we know it's a super loose number, right? But I mean, I like the idea of it being a little bit more voluntary than mandated.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. And also, I'm calling the business license thing an update. It's not raising the business license fee. It's just updating it.
Okay. Words are everything.
Still raising it.
True.
All right.
So do you all want to hear from the public? Is there a motion? Do you want to hear from the public?
I think what I was hearing over here is a motion isn't necessary.
Right. I would agree with that.
Well, I could use one to know whether we should spend time doing this estimate, because it will take some time to figure that
Yes.
out.
I'll make
Go
the
ahead.
motion that the town explore what that number might look like and incorporate it into that first draft of the budget. Does that work?
Sure. All right, but let's just see if there's is there public comment on that. I think I see Kate.
Hi, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. First of all, I work for a nonprofit, and we do the business thing, so go ahead and up it. I'm going to be just really concerned that you're going to take a number that you might be guessing on and putting it into a budget, because we're going to send letters out and ask nonprofits to voluntarily give us money. I would urge you that you don't put a number in the budget, because you absolutely have no idea, and then we're just starting down a path of the unknown, and I think it's just too risky.
Okay, good. Yes, Oscar.
I find that somewhat compelling. I mean, it's a completely voluntary contribution, and
Yes, but I think, as Amanda said last week, that the whole situation of the amount of money that the town gives to human services and the need that we have for revenues might be more compelling in and of itself than it has been in past years.
oh, I absolutely think we should ask, and I think Jennifer's point just about basic fairness makes a lot of sense. Let's just be really conservative with what we put in the budget.
And I'm sure John
Always
will.
are.
Yes. All right, so, yes. Oh, Dick, you come and go so quickly. Mr. DeGray.
Well, I would, for the list of nonprofits, you had so many people applying for nonprofit money. Part of applying for money should be that you have your nonprofit license, but that list of people in Brattleboro who have applied for nonprofit money, that list should be given to the assessor's office so they can actually track down these people, and it would save a whole lot of legwork in the assessor's office. So those are my two suggestions as I listen to you deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
One very quick comment, just that I can't remember the name of the form. I think it's a 1099. Someone will nod in the audience. But nonprofits are all on record with the state. Their forms are filed. They file yearly forms. We're not going to have trouble, I think, getting a list of nonprofits that work in Brattleboro.
And we will know which ones are in Brattleboro and which aren't.
Yeah.
Okay. John wants a vote?
Please.
Yeah, we have a motion. So all in favor of Peter's motion to update the nonprofit business fee to match?
No, I don't think we needed that.
No, we don't need
This was
that.
just basically for
Just-
John to put
okay.
a nominal
John
number
will
in.
put a nominal conservative estimate in the budget for expanding the pilot. That's the notion. All people in favor on the select board of that, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
No?
Well, I thought that was maybe too risky.
I think,
That's what you said.
yeah, my thinking is we'll see the number in the draft budget and we can go from there.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
we'll
well,
see
you guys,
presumably
it's a yes.
the math behind it.
All
And
right.
we can see if we like it.
So do we have a 5-0 vote?
Doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. Yeah.
We don't need you, Amanda.
That's true.
4-0-1.
4-1. There you go. All right. Next is increasing dog licenses. John, do you want to discuss that?
Yeah, so the fees for dog licenses are set in state statute. So while I appreciate this idea, I think it would involve lobbying the state legislature to change those fees and somehow give local municipalities some sort of cut of that. I don't think that I would be very optimistic about budgeting for that because it could take a while to get something like that.
Why don't we just let you explore that, and if there's something that comes of it, you can bring it to our attention?
Okay.
Well, if it's, yeah, okay. I mean, I think John's got enough exploring to do.
Well, I mean, in the fullness of time.
All right.
We
FY27.
could we could pick it up when you do a legislative agenda later this year.
Great.
Okay.
All right. The next item, you know, when I brought this up, is cat licenses. When I brought this up to the previous select board, it was ridiculed. However, in that time, I see that what Burlington did to close their budget gap was to provide cat licenses. And at first, they were going to require that cats be leashed, and because they were deemed an imminent public safety risk. However, and at a meeting in January, this is an article from 7 days, dated, I couldn't tell you when. March 24th. And they said that there was an imminent public safety risk and that cats were killing songbirds and defecating in their gardens. However, what they ultimately decided to do was just to require the owners to license the cats. And they can either wear a tag or a microchip, and their owners must pay the city an annual fee. So what is proposed here is a $12 to $16 fee for a cat. And John has figured out that there are 5,500 households, and perhaps 45% of them have an average of 1.74 cats. And then, so if it was $12 a cat, that would raise, wait for it, $52,000. So, here are the reasons that I think a cat license would be beneficial. Based on the fact that when I had a household pet, that pet loved their collar and their license, and they felt that they were loved and belonged. And it would help in reuniting lost cats with their owners. It would be an incentive for spaying and neutering because licenses are less expensive if your pet is spayed or neutered. It would provide dog and cat equity. It would, go ahead and laugh. It would reduce the potential for killing of birds. Oh, and anyone who saw David Allen Sibley at the library on Tuesday night, we couldn't, of course, go because we were here. But he talked about having a bird-friendly environment and not necessarily a cat-friendly environment. And this is an opportunity for Cats of Brattleboro to do their part for the community. And so I propose that $12 per cat is a very small fee, and $52,000 in revenue is a very significant piece of revenue that we should all get behind. Anyone like to comment?
I had not, I'm sorry,
No, please.
I had not considered the fact that a licensed cat would be more easily found if lost and returned to its owner. I fail to see how an aluminum tag will keep it from killing a bird or doing anything like that. But yeah, $52,000 is not, and I've got a dog, and every year I've got to pay my fee.
Dog cat equity.
Yep, that's it. This is it. I smell a yard sign. But but it's
These are the hard choices that we're here for tonight.
So tax the cats.
So I'd love to weigh in from a farm perspective, a rural perspective. Cats have jobs on our farm. I mean, they do rodent control. They, it would. We have about 12 cats that are on the job on the farm.
Maybe we could have a farm rate.
Well, see, what I'm wondering is could we?
It goes back to that business nonprofit conversation.
I'm wondering,
again.
if we made a cat license, could we direct the funds specifically to a program that our municipality runs, like our library, like Cats for the Library?
Well,
I'd be all over that.
What we're about is the general fund. We're raising revenue for the general fund. And we will see in the course of this discussion tonight that, cat fees could save, library services. I mean, that's what we're talking about tonight. So you'll get your wish by enacting a cat license.
Will it make us more famous in the state of Vermont, and more people will want to move here?
Well, if that's what you're like, but
as we know, a strong infrastructure does do that. So $52,000 towards our infrastructure,
yes,
would be quite helpful.
And as for the fact that you have working cats, I would really like to consider it a business license for your working cats.
We'll have to talk about a cat union.
Oscar,
Well,
do you have a cat?
I have 2 cats. So
Thank you for your $24.
yeah, so I'm biased. I suppose 45% of us would be.
But it's not in any way harmful to a cat.
Well, I think there's a little bit of silliness around this item. I'm not really in favor of it. To me, this is just, some of this revenue discussion is important. I think to a degree we're kind of nibbling around the edges a little bit with this
I
stuff.
wouldn't nibble at $50,000.
Sure, but we're talking about raising revenue by a direct fee on almost half of Brattleboro. I'm not sure this is really where the solutions to our problems lie. If we want to get into the specific mechanics of a cat license, lots of cats are not going to keep a collar on. Vets recommend that you put breakaway collars on their cats so they don't get stuck on a branch and, hurt themselves.
And they can get a microchip.
Sure. I think this is kind of the wrong direction for where we need to be looking.
But you're okay with taxing dogs? That's all I'm hearing?
No, I think you could make the same argument, although dogs are a little more likely to, run away and get caught by a police officer.
Dogs are more likely to have rabies, and there's a public health.
Sure. So I'm not really, I don't think this is the way to go, personally. I'm not going to.
Well, what we're about tonight is, putting our heads together and being creative.
Sure.
And this is, one way. I hate to say skin the cat. However, I couldn't not say it. So let's hear from the public.
I was just going to add, Janet Brattleboro, and I don't like microphones particularly. I also have cats, and years ago, 30 years ago. I used to pay a cat license in Boston. It was just common. And one of the benefits is that I had to bring my cat to the vet every year. So it's a reminder to keep your pets healthy. There are going to be scofflaws. There are going to be people that won't pay their cat license, but there are people that will. And I see every other day, it seems, on the Facebook page, lost cats and all kinds of other problems. And this is just a way of sort of reminding people to do the right thing.
So we're building community through our cats. And certainly, if your cat's ever been lost, it's pretty darn traumatic.
It would be really nice if we had a way of, retrieving them. But I just wanted to add that it's not that unusual. It sounds a little silly this evening, but it's not that unusual. I did it all the time.
Thank you very much. You.
Megan.
Good evening. I'm Megan Gray, District 9. South Burlington charges $12 to $16 for a cat license and up to $66 for late registration. I have some questions that, Madam Chair, I guess should be directed to Mr. Potter.
Okay.
So my questions are, was any organization such as the local Humane Society contacted or asked questions about this idea?
No, this is based solely on what other communities have done and our need for revenue.
Okay, so there are other communities besides South Burlington?
Burlington just enacted it to close their budget gap.
Okay. I think my main concern is parity in terms of accessibility, that $12 to many people is not a lot, and to others is a lot. Working cats are in a class of their own. Pets are in a different class. We have feral cat colonies and management of those because people can't or won't spay and neuter. So I think there's more that needs to be delved into, and expert bodies locally who could be helpful towards that end. Lastly, I'd like to say the metaphor of herding cats comes to mind when I think about who is going to be assigned. Are we assigning, for example, the animal control officer of Brattleboro to chase down cats with no collars, no tags, no chips?
Well, here's the thing. We're going to vote tonight on a policy decision, and then we're going to ask our town manager to work through the specifics with his staff. And so right now, all I want is a yes or no vote on whether or not we should be exploring this, and that we could get the revenue that we need from it and put it in the draft budget. So all these questions are excellent questions.
I look forward to hearing any nuanced discussion among the select board. Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Okay. Sue, you were,
Sorry, I keep forgetting to straighten my knee before I stand up.
What's the card there?
Susan Belleville, Brattleboro. I'm all in favor of registering cats. There's a number of reasons why. Number one, I have a dog. I register her every year. And number two, I have a yard, and I have cats from the neighborhood coming over and using my yard. They seem to like it better than their own. And that is incredibly scary for me because cat waste carries disease, particularly if they're uncared for cats. The other thing I wanted to mention is that dogs, when you have more than a certain number of dogs, you can get a special license. So I'm thinking of the working cat scenario for a number of cats. So that's a way to mitigate that issue. The other one is, and probably one that's dear to my heart, is as a landlord, I have people that I allow them to have a cat. And next thing I know, I've got 12 cats in the apartment because that cat has kittens and they can't find people to take them. I think an incentive like they do for dogs to spay and neuter, and you get a lesser fee on your cat, is an incredibly productive way to reduce the feral cat and other issues that accompany or that are currently in the community. I'm in favor of registering cats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the discount that you get for spay and neutering continues for the life of the cat. Yes, Nell.
Nell Mayo, District 8. I'm bringing this up because I forgot stuff last time. I really have a strong clarifying question about if the license is strictly for outdoor cats or indoor cats as well. Because I do feel most of the concerns brought up are for outdoor cats, and then I would second a lot of the sentiments brought up that I don't necessarily, I think, worth rehashing, but just like microchips are pretty common in other ways. I think perhaps a more productive way to get people to neuter their animals would be to help with promoting the VSIP program, and I do know that you can get added on vaccinations and a microchip for that through fairly cheap add-ons. I own indoor cats. I'm of the personal opinion that cats should not be outdoors because of their impact on the ecosystem. I also live in an area of our town where somebody neglects their animals. I've taken in cats from a hoarding situation, and so as other people brought up, my thought came to mind of people who care for colonies, which are outdoor, but also if we ever develop a rescue in town and for working cats, I understand this is just a yes or no vote to look into it, but I want to add this, like the thought that any policy adopted, if it is voted through, should really have specific wording put in for those things, because I don't think people should be penalized for trying to take care of cats. I also kind of feel that cats and dogs, but cats, there's a really huge stray problem. And so to take on an animal in and of itself is kind of doing a social service that you shouldn't. I have 3 cats because I took 2 from a hoarding situation. And because I didn't want to separate them, I didn't find a second home for them, you know. It's a biased opinion. I don't think you should have to license an indoor animal. I license my dog, of course. But as you've noted, rabies, as people have noted, there's much more of an impact on the public when you have an animal roaming outdoors, whether that's supervised or not. I think that's it.
Great. I just want to mention that, indoor cats could get out and then they could be lost.
They're all
Jane Wheeler, District 8. My independent streak, when I first saw this, I'm as independent as a cat, thinking, that's silly. But, on the other hand, if a fee like this sort of helps the budget in a small way in other areas, maybe something else can be funded. The thing I wanted to bring up is that as you're looking at the impact of this, I noticed that they have to have, you're going to have to administer and enforce it every year. So I would like to make sure that you don't have to hire anybody to do that, because then you have pay and benefit costs. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. Gemma Seymour.
Hi, I don't want to put the video on tonight.
That's fine.
Okay. I just want to say, to reiterate what I brought up at the listening session last week, what you tax, you get less of. And while I oppose business licensing because I don't think there's any public purpose in reducing business activity through regulation, unless that activity presents a significant or particular risk to public health, public safety, or public order, personal pets that have the common ability to roam freely in the town do present at least a small amount of risk to public health, public safety, and public order. So a regulatory fee may be justified. But if so, we should consider that the relative risks posed by cats and dogs may not be equal. And I think it's clear that most people likely agree with this notion by virtue of the fact that no cat license currently exists, while dog licenses are written into state law. So speaking of dog and cat equity, we need to consider that higher fees for dogs than cats may also be justified. And I also, to reiterate what I believe it was Jane said, that we should be conscious of the fact that every additional fee we impose on the town poses an additional administrative burden on town staff. And in many ways, these small fees may be counterproductive, especially when we're talking about half of the town now needing to register for an entirely new type of license. So I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Derek, you're the last questioner.
Should I try to go to the...
Please.
I didn't train to go to the mic,
I'm going to turn it to you. You just stand there.
Isn't Madam right over there?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You changed the setting of the room on me. I trained her to come here from the back. Anyway, just a quick comment that I will build a little bit on some of the others. That I think if you are just taxing licensing cats to make revenue and you don't do any follow-up whatsoever as to what it's about, then you get $52,000. But if you actually try to use that money to do things about cats in our community and take a very strong stand on bird and how much they do and how you do the follow up with the veterinary stuff and go visit their homes to make sure the cats are there, they don't have more, and on and on and on and on, that it's going to cost our community more than $52,000 or certainly decrease that amount dramatically. And what is our goal here? To raise money or to actually hire more staff and take up staff hours and not gain much money in the end? If it's to care about cats, go for it. If it's to raise money, we might be going down a hole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, come here, baby.
All right, so let's vote. Want to make a motion? I'll make the motion. I'm not supposed to, but Isaac, you want to make a motion?
No, I wanted to make a comment on this.
Please.
Which is, first of all, I appreciate your creativity and looking for different ways where we could raise revenue. I would prefer that we look for ways where we have existing, where we already are set up to collect revenue. So if it's increasing, marginally increasing, something that's already established because of the cost of the administrative cost of this new program, which we don't know what they would be, as well as the costs. Thinking about what I heard about when we changed the parking system, the pushback and the concern from the community. I would imagine that in Brattleboro, if 45% of the people are now facing a new fee in a year when they're having to, even if we reduce the budget, I don't know how much we're going to be able to reduce it. And if they're going to also now have a new fee on top of having this a steep tax increase, I think that's a lot. Thanks.
And again, I don't think $12 is too much to ask to have your cat contribute to the welfare of the community. You want to say something else, Greg?
Just a quick comment on the math, which is why, I'm going to vote no on this, not in an angry way. It's not for me. We're raising $52,000 in revenue, which will reduce the budget, and we are getting that revenue exactly from part of the town of Brattleboro. So it's very much, there's no such thing as a free lunch kind of situation. And in other cases, business licenses with the exemptions for personal property and things like that, I can see the argument more. This, I don't see it quite as much. That's all.
Anything else you'd like to say, John?
No.
All right.
Well, just maybe that this really is about, do you want us to explore something to put into the draft budget for next week in terms of an estimate? We would certainly look at the administrative costs and whether that would change the budget elsewhere, if you want to explore this. If you don't, then it saves us time.
Right. I mean, that's my understanding. We're just taking a look at it. And I will say, like, we were very easy to stack $50 onto businesses and nonprofits. And our job here is, and again, full disclosure, every time I have to register my business, it annoys me. Every time I have to register my dog, it annoys me. But I do it for all the reasons that we've said here tonight. I don't own a cat, so that's $12 I'm going to save, right? But I do own a dog, so my $21 for my spayed and neutered dog will go to the town of Brattleboro once again when it comes time to renew him. So I think this is something that we should take a look at. Let John drill into, like, if we're going to gather $52,000 to spend 48 of it, then yeah, it's a non-starter. But I think if we're going to kill it here without even exploring it, I think it's a little bit of a disservice for what we're trying to do.
And I don't think...
And I'm speaking in general, Oscar. I know I was looking at you. I was just speaking
I don't think we're really going to get to where we want to go if people don't like the idea of fees, because...
Well...
User fees are user fees.
I think that we are not going to solve the problems posed to us by RTM with fees. Yes, because I think that is very...
Not even a contributing factor?
A little, but if it's a fee that is a cost to the town to decrease the cost in taxes to the town, I think we're going a little bit in circles, and we're maybe not looking at the core problem, which I know we will do later. But...
All right.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just going to... Not trying to get the final word here, but I think if we're just exploring it, I think it's a disservice if we don't at least take a look at it.
All right. So I'm going to propose that we explore cat licenses for the town of Brattleboro. All select board members in favor of that, please raise your hand and say aye. And all select board members not in favor of that, please raise your hand and say no.
No.
Oh.
No.
There you go. Next. That was...
It was really fun talking about it.
3-2.
And I almost brought my cat, but Liz said I probably shouldn't.
Adult recreation and park fees. John, you want to?
Yeah, so our current projected revenue is $26,500 for basketball, softball, and adult soccer. If we did a large increase in this, we could maybe estimate a little bit higher, like $4,000 to $5,000. We're a little bit concerned. We've raised these fees 6% for this season. We're a little bit concerned about the impact on use of town facilities if the fees go too high. Staff recall about 20 years ago, when fees were increased too much, the teams all left and they played in Putney and Hinsdale instead. So we had all these nice fields and nobody using them. The other thing you should think about on this one is that many of the leagues donate significant funds to the facilities that the town manages, and this would kind of be on top of that. So anyways, that was our quick assessment of that idea that we heard.
Okay. People want to comment?
I'm against raising these fees.
I'm sorry.
I'm not in favor of raising the fees.
Nor am I.
Because of what, yeah, yeah.
Oscar?
No, me neither. I think this argument's persuasive.
All right, let's move on.
You too. Oh, well.
I
We
agree
got
with
three right here.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Adult library fees.
Oh, do you want?
No, because we're moving on. Well, we'll hear your comment at the end. At the end. Okay, adult library fees. John?
Yeah, so non-resident fees, as you see above, already had an increase planned that would generate an additional $3,250. I think the idea of placing adult library fees on Brattleboro residents is not permitted under state law, so we probably couldn't do that. But you could increase non-resident fees further, although we're already raising them significantly to get that $3,250. So
basically, we've doubled the non-resident fee.
Right.
I'm not really interested in more than that. Is anyone? We have any takers for that?
No.
No, but I have another similar library question.
Yeah.
I see Star lurking.
I'm sure she's not lurking.
She looked like she was lurking. I just wanted to ask the question, have we considered returning to late fees?
Sure. Star Electronica is interrogated.
That's right. Hello, thanks for asking. We have considered it. It is, most libraries in the country at this point have moved away from late fees. They see it as a significant barrier to library use. So, and when we eliminated the late fees, the Board of Trustees took on a lot of the expenses from the general fund and moved them into the endowment account. So we covered it that way.
Okay. I'm sold.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Next is well, there's a discussion here about this state delegation. John, you want to discuss that?
Well, so the other thing that the Select Board and the administration has been working on is trying to increase the municipal revenue enhancements from the state to the town. This has focused this session on H397, which would reallocate the local option tax distribution between the state and the town. We estimate that approximately $1.6 million will be collected in sales tax revenue in Brattleboro for fiscal 26. Under the current distribution, the state would keep $491,000 of that tax revenue to be used for statewide purposes. The town has been asking the legislative delegation to increase that amount of that $490,000 to stay in Brattleboro as opposed to going off other places. Additionally, the town has been exploring the possibility of a road mileage tax with the legislative delegation so that everyone who purchases fuel or EV in Brattleboro could help support the roads, not just taxpayers. Finally, the town has been in discussion with the legislative delegation over the idea of some sort of urban aid to towns that host a lot of services that are expensive for municipalities to run. So I'm not sure that any of those initiatives are mature enough to plan for in the FY26 budget, but if the board thinks differently, we could certainly come up with an estimate on some of those.
Great. So I just want to make sure that as we end this revenue discussion and move on to budget reductions, the public has been heard. I have a sheet here that says Susan Belleville and Nell Mayo want to speak, and I've heard from them. Is there anything else that they'd like to say?
I do have something else to say, and I'm going to ask, and I don't know that it's an option to revisit about the cat tax license fee, because I think if you check into the animal control officer, she spends a lot of her time dealing with cat issues, not all just dog issues. And I think that is should be considered, that cat owners should be responsible for what their cats do and the necessity for animal control to get involved in their situations. And it's the only way to be a responsible person is to pay your license fee and keep your cat registered and out of other people's yards.
Thank you very much, Sue. Gemma Seymour?
Hi. I wanted to backtrack a little and comment on the library non-resident license fees. I see from the packet that the library collected $17,071 in non-resident fees in fiscal year 24. Now, the current cost of a non-resident library card is $62 per year, or $110 for 2 years, or $55 a year. If you divide that into 17,000, average that and divide it into $17,071, what you get is 291.8 people. I really think that we ought to consider that raising the non-resident library fee may actually be discouraging revenues being generated through that program. And that I mean, $62 a year is just shocking to me as a non-resident library fee. I really feel like that ought to be cut in half. And maybe we might find that we would have a large increase in the number of people actually participating and contributing to the library. So that's all I wanted to say on that subject, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
There was an article in the paper, a letter to the editor, talking about how lovely and wonderful our library is. And I talked to the person who wrote that letter, and he said he currently pays the out of town fees, and he'd gladly double it. So that's one person. All right. Yes, Heidi.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. Just about the rec and park fees, I just want to say that I've spoken to a lot of people who play pickleball, and the numbers who play pickleball are huge. I am not one of them. But a number of people have said to me that they don't collect the fees for playing pickleball. So I was just going to say that one piece of revenue is that there are a lot of pickleball players who are not paying the fees because the explanation I got was that since the people are in the summertime always out at the courts, they don't catch them to pay their, I don't want to say catch them, but they don't, see them. They're not coming through the rec center to be caught to say, oh, could you pay your fees? You haven't paid your fees yet, because they're outside playing. And that there's a lot of revenue that's not being captured by that in that group of people.
Good to know, Heidi. Carol, do you wish to comment?
Are we going to talk about a pickleball tax now?
No, but there's a fee for pickleball that isn't being...
Agreed. I'm just making light of it 100%. Hear what you're saying. Yes.
There is some validity. Yeah, thank you. What time is it? Oh, almost bedtime. I knew there was an issue. Thanks. So that has been a problem, but we have rectified issues. If you look at our fees, which we don't have a pickleball line item, it goes into a miscellaneous item and also into our senior rec fees. But we took, starting in early February, that was true. There were very few people that paid, so we made an aggressive campaign, and we're going up there on a regular basis. I think there might be one or two pickleball players in the room here now that probably could attest to that. And from the 4 that were registered, this for the winter season went from 4 to 77.
Great. Thanks a lot, Carol.
Did we put tags on? No, we don't. But we tried the honor system, and then
can we chip them? Can we chip them?
Well, we'll chip just the balls, though.
All right. Let's move on to budget reductions.
Dick.
What?
Dick.
Yes. Mr. DeGray.
And Liz and Peter, when you had your last legislative update, Representative Kornheiser talked about the reimbursement. Right now, we get 70% roughly back from our 1%, 69 and change. And she said at that meeting that they were looking at reimbursing up to 75% back, I believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So that would be a 5% increase in our revenues for the rooms, meals, and sales tax. And one of the things I did say on Tuesday is that if that in fact happens, that it would be better to take that extra 5% revenue and put it towards our deficit from the unassigned fund balance. So if you could talk a little bit about that, maybe I was having a dream, but I certainly thought that that's more of a possibility than what, John, you were just mentioning, and I'll listen to your comments.
Yeah, Dick, Emily Kornheiser did say that. We want more. Of course, we'll take the other 5%, but we were asking for more. And there were various scenarios at that meeting to get even more revenue because of the burden that the state has placed on us in Brattleboro and other host communities for the motel program. But that has not come to pass. And what we're about here is realistic amounts to add to a proposed FY26 budget. And speaking of which, let's move on to the Select Board budget reductions. There are a number of reductions that the previous Select Board made in December of last year, but John's going to present that to us, and hopefully we can run through this list. I'm assuming that if a reduction was made, that it will only be revisited if a Select Board member raises their hand.
Madam Chair, will we be able to have a recess here for just a few moments?
Sure. Let's come back at 8 minutes. Let's move on to select 2024-2025 Select Board budget reductions. John, you want to lead us off? It's a
yes,
little complicated.
and I would just say that, so there are two lists here that were provided in your backup materials. The first are all of the reductions in the budget that the last Select Board approved and wanted to put into the draft that went to RTM. The second list is a list of additional things that the last Select Board did not choose to do, and so were not put into the budget. I would suggest that if the board would like me to quickly read through the ones that are on the first list, then if there are any of those that you want to revisit, to have Select Board members call that out and then have a conversation about it, then you could open it up to the public for items that maybe you didn't discuss or thoughts they have on the ones that you did discuss, and then you could come back and deliberate as a Select Board and move a slate of things if you want to make any changes, something like that. And then you could do the same process for the second list if there are any of those that you now want to put into the budget. Does that work for everybody?
Savings put into the budget, yes.
Right.
Yes. And I just want to reiterate that this is $1,774,994 worth of savings in the budget. So, John, you want to begin?
Yes. So these are the items, and I will just refer to this table on page 3 of your backup material. Removing Hotbox from the capital plan was $54,000. That's already been done. This will not be a reduction in base for FY27 because it's a capital item. Using grant savings for capital, so $300,000. This will also not be a reduction in the base because it's applying grant funds that came in to driving down your capital costs. Retiring a note on a fire engine, $54,704. That has already been done, so that savings will already be in the budget. Reducing cost of living allowances staff-wide to 3%. That is $111,128 in savings, and that will also show up in the FY27 base. Reducing non-union wage steps by 1% will save $16,550, and that also will show up in the FY27 base. Accounting for DPW restructure, that has already been done. That is a split between utility and general funds that we missed when we did the initial budget estimate. So that is a $59,414 savings in the budget that is already done and was not shaded, but that is one that was already completed, and that will also show up in the FY27 base as a reduction. Increasing planning department permit fees is a $20,000 addition to revenues. That has already been done and will show up in your draft budget. Stepping back from the cow power subsidy, $5,500. That has already been completed and will show up in your draft budget. And
I'm sorry, would you be able to explain what the cumulative reduction in FY27 base means so that we can understand while we're going through what those numbers mean?
Good question, Isaac. So that column is just if you if you reduce the amount on the left, it should accumulate on the right. And I do see there was an error that I don't know why the first two were zeroed out. So that is a mistake. But it should be.
If it says no, it doesn't get added.
No, those were there. That is no. That is not a reduction in the base, but it is included in the draft FY27 budget. So I just must have, when I moved that table, I must have lost a formula or something. So apologize for that.
Oh, so these numbers are in that column or just off?
You should add the 54,000 and the 300,000 to each one subsequent below. I can update that for you if you want.
But. Oh, I see. So this is, okay, got it. This is the running total.
It's the running total. So
for FY27 for the next fiscal year. Okay.
Absent the first two. So apologies for that.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is an increase in expected police reimbursements for programs that the state is supporting us, $87,000. That's already been done. It will also show up as a reduction or as an increase in the FY27 base. Reducing stormwater upgrades, $10,000. This also would be a reduction in the FY27 base, although the Select Board may choose to put that back in. Doing less building maintenance at Brooks Memorial Library, $10,000 savings. That also will show up as a reduction in the FY27 base, but the Select Board may want to put that back in, depending on input from staff. Postpone hiring of the emergency services data analyst position, $72,036. This also will show as a reduction in the FY27 base, but if the Select Board would like to hire that position, they could put it back into the FY27 budget. Reducing sustainability operating funds, $10,000. That also will show up in the FY27 base. Eliminating equipment purchases in the assessor's office, $2,000 savings. That will show up in the FY27 base. Suspending vacation buybacks for department heads in FY26, $30,750. This will show up in the FY27 base. Do fewer municipal center repairs, $15,000 savings. That will show up in the FY27 base, although that is one you may want to consider increasing in the future. Doing less building maintenance at the fire stations, $1,000. That will also show up in the FY27 base. Increasing the non-resident fees for a library card, $3,250. We already discussed that. Deferring records restoration in the town clerk's office, $3,000. This, again, is a risk management issue that you may want to consider putting back into the FY27, but it will be in the base as a reduction. Reducing conferences, memberships organization-wide, except for essential trainings in FY26. That is a savings of $6,600 and would show up in the FY27 base. Removing the Kiwanis Shelter roof capital project by minimizing the Estiville gazebo project. That is a savings of $37,500, and it will not show up in the FY27 base because it's a capital-related expenditure. Reducing bicycle capital funding, $10,000. This would show up in the, I think I said yes on that, but I'm not 100% sure. I think we would use the long-term capital plan, and that would be restored in the FY27 capital plan. Reducing traffic safety budget, $15,000. That's a $15,000 savings that would also show up in the FY27 base, and if you wanted to restore that, you could put that back into the FY27 budget. Eliminating town arts fund, $20,000 savings. This also would show up in the FY27 base as a reduction and could be put back in by the Select Board if you chose to. Reducing the library budget for reference resources and books for adults, $5,000 savings. This would show up in the FY27 base. Reducing spending on street signs, $1,500 savings. That would show up in the FY27 base. Reduce spending on line striping projects, a $3,000 savings, also in the base for 27. Reducing the library budget for juvenile books, a $1,500 savings. That would show up in the FY27 base. Eliminating leaf collection, that's a $20,000 savings. That would show up in future budgets as well. Capturing skate rentals as skating rink revenue, already discussed that. That's a $9,000 increase in revenues. generating pay-as-you-throw revenues that we already discussed as well, a $309,000 increase in revenues. Skipping the Global Warming Solutions Fund for a year, $70,000 savings. That would technically show up in the FY27 base as a reduction, but the Select Board may want to put that back in too. Deferring the 2015 park truck to FY27, that's a $55,000 deferral. It will not show up as a reduction in the FY27 base. Paying for ambulance capital replacement with uncommitted special projects funds, $141,723 savings on your capital transfer this year. That would not show up in the FY27 base or capital plan. Purchasing an HD 18 backhoe with uncommitted special project funds. So for both of those items, those were essentially sweeps in the money that we transferred into the capital fund for from the ARPA funds, and it reduced other projects in order to pay for capital projects that you wanted to do this year. That would not show up in the FY27 base or capital plan. Reducing ASL service to advanced captioning at Select Board meetings, that's an $11,000 savings, and that would show up in the FY27 base reduction. Increasing daily admissions at the skating rink by $1, that's a $10,000 increase in revenues that we already talked about, and that would show up in the FY27 as well. Reducing snowstorm cleanup, $8,000, that is a savings that would show up in the reduction in the FY27 base, as well as savings, the last two, Social Security on COLA and the town attorney COLA savings of $8,501 and $1,233. So that's a total of $1,774,994 reductions in the FY26 budget. And if there are any of those that you want to call up and discuss, I'm happy to go into more depth on any one of them. So.
Great. I know people are here to speak about the arts budget. Is there other items that you'd like to bring up?
We could do that first if that's what you're...
Oh, no. I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about the deferring the records restoration in the town clerk's office. You mentioned might be some risk around that. And then also eliminating leaf collection, what that exactly means and what the alternative is for people.
The town has made a commitment to every other year to maintain and restore records in the town clerk's office. We have an obligation to maintain those, and typically we do that commitment in the budget during off-election years. The records restoration is for keeping all of the records in good condition. So as long as they're not getting run down or damaged, then we don't need that. We don't always need it, so it's kind of a risk management issue. Like, we might have to end up spending to repair some records, even though we didn't plan it in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oscar?
Just when I spoke to Hillary, she seemed pretty confident that skipping 1 year of that would be okay. Probably wouldn't want to do it two-year periods in a row, but. Could you just remind me what remove Kiwanis Shelter Roof Capital Project by minimizing Estiville Gazebo means? Like what the mechanics of that are?
So we initially, in the capital plan, we had a project to redo the roof on the Kiwanis Shelter. And so that was in the budget, the first budget that the last Select Board looked at. We offered the possibility that we could reduce the scope of a project that was in this year's budget, the Estiville Gazebo project. We could reduce that scope and use some of that funding to do the Kiwanis Shelter project instead. So therefore, we wouldn't have to fund it in the FY26 budget.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually, I have all sorts of thoughts on these things that I've talked about before. I'm actually not going to fight about too much of it tonight because I think, time is clearly a factor, and I think, there's these savings this year are things that we can revisit very soon when we're looking at next year and think if we want to make longer term decisions. Other than the Arts Fund, I just wanted to ask, do you know what we will pay? I know what the savings is for switching to advanced captioning. Do you know what we pay for the software? Is it like a couple thousand, or is it like 50,000?
I'm not recalling that off the top of my head. That was something Patrick was working on. Let me just see if I can find a note to that, Oscar.
And if you can't find it, the thought is just, if we're going from 61...
Okay. So the cost to deliver ASL translation services in FY24 was just over $13,500. This possible budget reduction would cease delivering the ASL translation services and instead work with BCTV to embed this advanced transcription service into the regular broadcast programming. And I don't have an estimate of what that is, but the balance would be an $11,000 savings. So I assume it's $2,500.
I just wanted to raise the idea of, that's a pretty significant percentage cut, but the value of that money, instead of just going to some software company, going to people in the community, is there's some value to that. So just throwing that out there. And then the only other thing I have marked off is the Arts Fund, so I will pass for now.
Great. Other comments? Let's hear from the Arts Fund people. And do you want to come up to the table? What we're agreed to do is that the Arts Fund people could each speak for 3 minutes. So we're giving the two of them 6.
Thank you.
So we have Chrissy Lee and
Sharon Fantel.
Yeah, very good. Sharon Fantel.
Sharon Fantel.
Great.
Thank you.
Please begin.
Thank you. I'm Chrissy Lee. I'm a representative of the Arts Council of Windham County, and I'm one of the program coordinators for the Town Arts Fund. We're here today to urge the Select Board to restore funding for the Town Arts Fund program in the FY26 budget. For those who don't know, the Town Arts Fund is a community grant program that's funded by the town of Brattleboro and administered by the Arts Council of Windham County. TAF provides grants of between $1,000 and $3,000 for community-focused creative projects in Brattleboro. Some past projects have included things like public art and murals, free community workshops and performances, youth programs and internships, creative community engagement, and mutual aid projects. As a volunteer-led effort, the Arts Council relies on the town of Brattleboro as a source of funding for this program, and without continued town support, the program would cease to exist. The town has funded the program at $20,000 a year for the past 2 years and $15,000 for the 3 years prior, and we're asking the board to consider restoring funding for the program at $15,000 for the coming year. The Town Arts Fund is a program that's been fueled by community initiative, and the idea of the Town Arts Fund was originally proposed to the Select Board by members of this community and voted on at RTM in 2019. Since then, we've administered 6 application cycles. We've received a total of 154 grant applications and awarded over $80,000 in grant funding to 53 community projects. The Town Arts Fund is a robust and responsive grant program that provides seed money for community projects, expands equitable access to the arts, and fosters much-needed joy, hope, and solidarity within our communities. And I want to emphasize that TAF is not just another source of funding for the arts. TAF's approach and impact is unique in several respects. The program has low barriers to participation and application, which explicitly welcomes first-time grant seekers and less experienced artists and younger artists to apply. TAF requires that all projects be free or sliding scale for participants. The program evaluates projects based on how well they demonstrate qualities like community impact, collaboration, and community engagement, ensuring that the projects that are selected are focused on local needs. The program prioritizes funding for projects that support underrepresented and marginalized artists and communities, as well as projects that likely would not happen without Town Arts funding. And lastly, the program brings creative energy to downtown Brattleboro in particular. It creates resources for murals and public art, as we mentioned, as well as programs at Gallery Walk and creative ventures like the Brattleboro Flea that bring people and energy to downtown. This is a program that's fueled, as I said, by community initiative and creative energy, and it's also spurred a tremendous amount of community initiative and creative energy. It is a program that serves Brattleboro, and it represents Brattleboro's best aspirations. And I believe that reducing funding for that program makes it harder for us to try to meet those aspirations.
So my name is Sharon Fantel, District 9. Just to piggyback on what Chrissy shared, Town Arts Fund really is a low-cost program with big impact. I've worked in the nonprofit arts field my entire life, and I can tell you with both in my role as co-coordinator and also as a fundraiser that even small amounts of money go a long way in determining the trajectory of creative projects and initiatives, and that's especially true for artists and also programs and initiatives that don't quite fit within a box. And it's also especially true now as federal funding is drying up and we're seeing the trickle-down effect on regional, state, and local levels. So really the Town Arts Fund has been a model for local arts funding. It's been a catalyst for the kinds of projects and creative initiatives that we really want in this community, and it's a hopeful program that we definitely need right now. I'd just add that arts and culture is Vermont's third largest economic sector. It's more than just a nice to have, it's a public good. We know it fosters connections. It also creates healthy, vibrant communities and drives tourism and economic growth. And the Town Arts Fund has been a living demonstration of the value that the community and its elected officials have placed on the arts, and that Brattleboro really is a place where the arts and artists can thrive. I just want to share a testimonial from Michelle Simpson, who's the executive director of the Bonnievale Environmental Education Center, and the Town Arts Fund funded in 2024 one of their projects, Forced Fashion. She writes, "Of course, the $1,500 doesn't come close to funding this event, but that's the beauty of why Brattleboro should continue to support the town arts, because a little goes a long way. The support from the town gave us the seed money and momentum to pursue other grants and corporate sponsorship because we were able to demonstrate that we had the support and approval of the town. Any quick Google search will show longitudinal research proving that arts make communities a desirable place to live and improve the quality of life for all. It's simple. If we invest in the arts, we will have more art. The Town Arts Fund is a small investment that has big payoffs for everyone. It's simple, straightforward, and inexpensive. It is a crucial, effective, low-cost program that supports murals, live music, and unique events in our public spaces that everyone enjoys and that uplifts us all." And I think with that, I'll cede, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak to this item or other reductions? Kate? Okay. But Kate, you go first.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I have no comment on the Arts Fund. I just want to, in general, talk about the reductions. I want you to be really, really careful, because it says $1.7 million in reductions. It's really only about $700,000 that it was reduced. The $1 million, if you look at it, either came from increasing fees to residents, using the special project fund, revolving, I don't know if the revolving loan fund was in here, but revolving loan fund, and it was adding things like, well, we think we're going to get more money from the fire department or police department reimbursement. So just be really, really careful when you start thinking about it, because they're not real, the majority of it is not real reductions, and I just want you to keep that in mind.
Sue? Yes.
Megan Gray, District 9, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll speak directly to your portion.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
You'll speak directly
I'll
to
speak
me?
directly to you, to their portion. Thank you for the reminder. Steep learning curve. Thank you for bearing with me. I just want to express my solidarity for and appreciation for the items and benefits that were expressed by the two people who spoke on behalf of reinstating funding for the Town Arts Fund. I think, as I've spoken to in prior meetings, benefits are rendered to everyone from young people to elders in our community. I think that the point of added monies coming in because monies are already here offered is a valuable one to consider. That I want to just underscore the third largest economic sector is the arts, to my understanding from the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there a Jan Therese here? Jan, you're on the list.
I don't have much to say.
No.
I'll like less than a minute. You know, I appreciate the arts, and I appreciate that every single item on this budget, we can all talk about the benefits, but we need to make cuts. We need to make cuts. I mean, the primary job of the select board, and I've been here for raucous meetings regarding safety, and I feel really angry. Now I'm angry. There are many people in this town who are very concerned, who want the budget to reflect the safety values that we asked for and that we got, and that we were asked again about on a ballot. And instead, we're talking about sort of like all these little, we won't make this reduction, we won't make this reduction. I can argue for not making any reduction, but that's not what we need. We need to make reductions, and we really need to keep our eyes on protecting the town. And also, I'm just really angry. I've been here for all those meetings. We said what we wanted. We got it. And now we're back to square one, and I feel unheard. I feel like this is the most undemocratic process I've ever witnessed. And I'm scared. I mean, and for the people that say I don't know anything about big cities, I've lived in big cities my whole life, and I've worked with very violent people my whole life. So I don't scare easily. I'm scared about what's happening to the town. We're losing our tax base. I don't go down shopping downtown, not because I'm so scared. I don't want to. It's not pleasant. Anyway, so keeping your eyes on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Bonnie Gervin, District 8. I think we need to be careful about where we're making our cuts, because by cutting the Arts Fund, we're cutting some of the best of what we are and who we are and what brings people to us. If we're going to cut out the beauty of who we are we attracting? So we need to be really careful. And I know we have to make cuts, but we're talking 15,000. Come on, guys. Thank you.
All right. On the Zoom.
We'll go to M first.
Very good.
Hey, can you hear me? Thank you. My name is M. Batchelder. I am District 9. I want to just first take the time to thank Sharon and Chrissy for showing up and advocating for this program. I am almost a lifelong resident of Brattleboro, and I remember a time when the community arts for the youths felt much more vibrant. And I would like to urge the Select Board to keep in the budget the Town Arts Fund. I'm a former recipient of the grant. It is really affirming as a young artist in a small town in Vermont where there are not a lot of creative opportunities like there are in cities, for people like myself to have the opportunity to contribute in ways that impact the community positively. And frankly, I think that it's embarrassing that it was put up on the chopping block in the first place based on the ethos of Brattleboro and what it has stood for as a creative arts hub forever. And I think that it's, no matter 20,000, whatever it is, it's an invaluable program, and it contributes to the creative landscape and ecosystem of downtown. And I think it's a really essential program. So I'm just here to voice my support in keeping that in the budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next.
Dick DeGray.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do have a question for the presenters. Remember when this money was appropriated several years ago, is that they allowed for a stipend to be paid to whoever was administering the money coming into them. I would like them to answer if any money goes towards a person who's responsible for that, or is 100% of the money in the arts program going to arts projects. Secondly, I would like to say to everyone, and I'm not speaking for or against, but there was a speaker a couple of meetings ago who mentioned the flower program that I did. And I continue to do the flowers up in West Brattleboro. That is all done with fundraised money from the public who believe that the flowers are a real enhancement to the community. I don't do them downtown, but that was done through a special assessment that through the building owners downtown, that everybody else in the community got to enjoy those flowers while I was doing them downtown, but didn't have to pay for them. So even though I do support the arts, I do think that this should be reduced and they should do what I'm doing is look for fundraising. I always held back. I always thought that I should ask the town for the funding of the flowers because I think it added so much value to our community, but I always held back because I felt that people would donate and they have donated and they continue to donate. So I'd like to hear the thoughts of people either on the board or the two presenters. Thank you.
Okay, first, I will ask the two presenters, is 100% of it going to the actual recipients?
Yep. Yes. In the past 5 years, 100% has gone to the recipients. We did put that stipulation in with the last the increase 2 years ago that we would, we wanted the option to be able to use a small portion of that money to go towards a stipend if it felt necessary to do so. And
Thank you.
We've made that choice.
Great. Jessica?
Hi, everyone. I can't quite get my video to work, but I hope you all can hear me. I want to start out, first of all, I'm a member of District 7. I want to start out by just making kind of a blanket statement that none of my suggestions or items of consideration that I will be making to the board are intended to diminish any of the efforts of so many of these wonderful services and offerings that our town provides. So again, just first and foremost, I am not here to diminish their efforts. I did draft and submit an email to the Selectboard and to Town Manager Potter this afternoon. And if it's okay, I'd like to share just a brief synopsis of that email. For reference, this is regarding the Brooks Memorial Library. Some research shows that the Townsend Public Library currently operates about 22 hours a week over 5 days of operation. The Guilford Free Library, yes.
We're not on that topic yet, so I'm going to ask you to come back later when we're...
Sure, okay. Thank you.
Gemma?
Was behind a window. I just want to say that I absolutely oppose any reduction in spending on solid waste collection, bicycle infrastructure, and other traffic safety expenditures like street signs and line striping, and ASL interpreters for public meetings. I think we need to have a serious discussion about Moss Kaler's letter that was published this week in the Commons regarding the difficulties involved in enforcement of pay-as-you-throw when we move to an automated trash collection system. I have to say I did not consider the fact that, the automated trucks, there's really no way. Yes.
We are having on the
Arts Fund.
Arts Fund now, and we're having a discussion on solid waste next Thursday. So can you save your comments to then?
I apologize. I thought we were discussing the list of reductions that is being proposed here.
We are discussing pay-as-you-throw revenues.
Yes.
What we're talking about really is generating revenues for pay-as-you-throw in conjunction with the state law. So as John Potter said at the time, we will be discussing the intricacies of that policy in the future in the next budget year, but we are really all we're doing with this line item is maintaining a line item to receive funds for pay-as-you-throw consistent with the law.
Okay, well, I'll forego any further comments on that particular item. But I also want to reiterate, as I said on the town Facebook group earlier this week, the first area we should be looking at for reductions is the part of the budget which had the most discretionary spending added to it in a really controversial fashion, and that is the police budget. I see no line item here for reducing the police budget except for one small item. And I also want to reiterate my extreme. Excuse me?
We'll be discussing the public safety budget on Tuesday, the 22nd of April.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I see really nothing in this list of reductions about that. And I also want to reiterate my extreme skepticism toward raising the non-resident library fee. I really think that we are probably losing out on revenue by raising this fee. I understand that some people may be happy to pay it.
Yes, but that's the second time you've raised that issue.
Yes. As I said, I want to reiterate it.
Yes.
Our fees are higher than a lot of other jurisdictions as far as non-residential library fees. I will cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
You don't have any more time. Anyway, how are we on this? Let's have a select board discussion on the arts funding, shall we?
Sure. Yeah, I can start. Well, first of all, I really appreciate your presentation. And I also appreciate that you are willing to compromise. You know, I think 13,000 to 15,000 is fair to put back in. And that's what I was thinking, listening to it. So,
Oscar?
Just a general comment to start, which is that this budget has to serve a lot of very different masters, and it can be sometimes hard to believe. I'm certainly surprised by how different people's viewpoints can be in this town. Like, there are people for whom safety is the most important, and I promise you there are people for whom the arts is the most important thing in town. Different sizes of groups, but we're really talking about a very diverse community that wants a lot of different things. So I agree. I think the arts has inherent value, and it's a big part of Brattleboro's entire history and vibe. I also have gotten a number of sort of business-focused pro-arts arguments that I think, yeah, it's a tourist attraction, and it's exciting, and if you want to bring people downtown, safety is one aspect, but, you know, a new mural in the Harmony parking lot is another. So I think I agree with Amanda. I think compromising on a lower number is smart. And yeah, I think we're not changing big things off this list, I think intentionally, because we recognize we're trying to compromise and get this done, but I think this one makes sense.
I'd like to move that we restore $15,000 to the budget for this item.
Okay. Peter?
So I'm just going to first speak to what I've been hearing from what I assume are some of the people who voted for me to run up here and do that, and that is restoring this line item seems to be really super important to people. I was willing to go back in for the full 20 as if I'm just listening to the people who I've been talking to. But as somebody who is responsible for reducing the budget and listening to my colleagues, I think a $15,000 return to this line item would be also palatable. And I will help you raise the other 5,000.
Well, I take him up on that. Sue?
I need to share with you that I sat in the Harmony parking lot this afternoon for a period of time, reading my book and also observing people. I watched with a great deal of pleasure people going up to the artist who was working on the mural and thanking her for her work and how great it was looking. And I took time to speak with her too. It was really cool watching her work and watching other people interact with her. And then a few minutes after she packed up to leave for the afternoon, I watched two families spend a lot of time in front of those murals, looking at them and admiring them, and not just the new one, but all the others, and taking pictures with their families and just taking pictures to take back home with them. And I don't know if they were local or not, but it was really cool to watch all that happen. It was a really quiet, peaceful time in that area, which I enjoyed today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much better than the last time you were sitting in the Harmony. Okay, so I would be pleased.
Yeah, I'm wondering, should the motion be to approve the reductions as written with an amendment to, I'm seeing nods from John.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
So do you want me to go ahead and make that motion?
No, because
Okay.
I'd like to say something first.
Oh, great.
Everybody else on the board has spoken. I would be pleased to restore $15,000 to the FY26 budget, but I must remind my colleagues that we're here to take approximately $400,000 off of our budget. Right?
Not totally sure where you're getting that number.
Well, we discussed the last meeting, getting our budget down to a reasonable sum of maybe 4 or 5% to overall, right?
I think that came up in conversation. My personal goal is not let's cut $400,000 from the budget. And I think, RTM was chaotic, but I heard a more complex message than that personally.
It may be a complex message, but what we're here to do is cut money from the budget. You disagree? I think if we came to the RTM and to the voters with a budget increase that's similar to the one we had in March, we'd be not doing our job.
Well, I think this is a great conversation to have, even if we have it briefly. I think people want the number to go down. People also want us to, I think, do things differently and hear from us on those things going forward, particularly about how we do the next budget when we're not doing it in 7 meetings in 1 month. And I don't at all feel that the reason I voted against the budget, which I did at RTM as a rep, was because I wanted the number to go down $400K. That is one of the, so I think that's how I feel personally. That's how I interpret the feedback that I've gotten. That's how I interpret a lot of the Finance Committee report, which I don't think at any point, for example, says 12.1% must become 8% or something like that. So just me personally.
Okay, well, I disagree, and I think our charge is to cut the budget. And while we may have raised some fees tonight and gotten a certain amount of revenue, we didn't raise all the fees that were proposed. And now we're discussing raising adding this money back into the budget. And so my point is to remind the select board of what I believe our charge is. And so Amanda, make a motion and we'll proceed.
Yeah, I would love to.
Oh, you already made a motion.
Oh, but we need to accept the reductions as is, except for
the other reductions.
The other
Amanda wants to.
We haven't talked about a leaf collection yet either.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say one thing about the arts funding, because we did talk about increasing business licenses, or adjusting or whatever. I think the intangibles that you get from public murals, from the positivity of community-based art is, it's a symbiotic relationship with a vibrant downtown and hopefully luring in new businesses who will now have to pay $100 for their licensing fee. Sorry, fish. I think it's money well invested. I really do. So.
I just also kind of want to make a comment again, based off conversation that I have. I try not to make any decision based on just what I think or in a vacuum, but John produced a pretty interesting chart at the last meeting that showed our overall tax burden for this coming year would be closer to 6%, if nothing at all changed. So I don't think adding $15,000 and then from back in here and then finding it somewhere else is, I don't know. I just feel like we're throwing drops of water in the ocean here a little bit, but.
Okay. So. Let's hear from Isaac's motion. Vote on Isaac's motion.
I think you wanted to talk about leaf collection.
And then we'll talk about leaf collection and the rest of the list. Let's do arts now. Get these fine people back to their seats. And
or home.
Home to our families. Home to your families.
I understand the feeling.
Yeah. So Isaac has made a motion to restore $15,000 to the arts fund. All select board members in favor of that, please raise your hand. Say aye.
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 Okay, that's 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Isaac, you have a question on leaf collection.
Yeah, I was curious to know what would be the impact of the reduction of $20,000 in leaf collection services or elimination of leaf collection, and what would residents be expected to do instead?
Short answer, mulch.
So we've done leaf collections twice a year in the spring and twice in the spring and twice in the fall. If the town stopped providing this service, property owners would have to address their yard waste through other means, and it could be mulching, it could be composting, whatever they did, or they could just leave it on the ground and feed their trees, which is a nice thing to do. If the town ceased this service, that would save approximately $20,000.
Can I pipe in? I think it's a great deal. I also know that as a farmer and other farmers, like if you have pigs or if you're also doing a lot of composting, sometimes we swing through neighborhoods with our pickup trucks and we pick up bags of leaves. So that'll keep happening. If you want to bag your leaves and take them off your lawn, I dare say that will filter out through the community, and those composters will pick them up and remove them for free. So
it's a good thing, environmentally and on the bottom line.
I mean, I personally have not been the most proactive in terms of actually raking and getting all the leaves into bags. But in any case, I do know that there are a lot of people who depend on that and are going to have to figure out suddenly what to do with all these leaves. And I'm curious if there would be what the feasibility would be of just like doing one leaf collection every year instead of 4.
Well, here's the thing, when we were having the discussion on solid waste, and so many people volunteered to do various things themselves. And we said, no, because it's a public good to have trash collection, blah, blah, blah. But this one, we carved out and said, okay, people, everybody find another way of meeting their need because the town can save $20,000. So I think we should leave it up to the hive mind of the community to go on Front Porch Forum and say, hey, I got bags of leaves. Does Amanda Thurber want them? And so forth. So I think it could be a community building thing. And I think we should leave it alone. Other people may feel differently, but I am not in favor of putting that $20,000 back into the budget.
It's a product that biodegrades anyway. It will return to Mother Earth. It is in that capacity, I feel like it's the least harmful thing. So I'm also a fan of leaving it.
I'm wondering if we could, if it would be low effort, could we put a page on the town website and a farmer who is interested in getting called about leaf pickup could put their contact info on there?
Let me just hang on for a second. Let me just interject something here. So I put out on the town Facebook page, and even though I despise social media, that at my shop we got a large shipment of very large cardboard boxes, which I learned last year is kind of a favorite for farming and projects. And I put it out there, and I think we got rid of, I would say, 30 of those boxes in that manner because they were just big pieces of cardboard and they were desirable. So I don't see where like a mechanism like this could also work just like that.
Okay.
All right, so that's...
Madam Chair.
Is the board going to decide on this and move on to the next item? Or are you
yeah,
gonna take
we are.
more public
We're
comment?
really coming to the end because it's 9 o'clock and we have a lot of work to go through. So I'm going to cut that short, ask for a vote on the litany of things that John has said, and
I did ask a question that I would like an answer to. Is just what would be the cost of doing one leaf collection every year instead of 4? Would that be 5,000?
So that would involve going back to Casella and getting a concession. I'm not sure I could do that in 3 days.
Okay.
So
I would never mind.
It's either leave this in or take it out completely, and we could explore that. But
sure, yeah. I understand.
I mean, we've gone through tremendous measures to get the solid waste number down as much as we can, and this is the result. So let's go back to the list of items. Is everyone, other than the ones that have been discussed, are we ready to vote on accepting that list?
And so that is everything except the Arts Fund back?
Everything except for $15 for the Arts Fund.
2,000.
15,000.
It actually,
but I see what you did there.
Just raising, is there any board enthusiasm for the idea of interpreters instead of software? If there's not, I'll drop it. It's just a thought.
No.
They can hear you.
I know.
All right. Sorry.
Although we value them tremendously.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. All right. I'm good.
Okay, so someone want to make a motion?
I'll motion that we...
Amanda has made a motion?
I was in the process. I can
Please
go ahead
do.
and reiterate
You wanna finish
it.
it? All right.
I move to accept the fiscal year 26 reductions on the page that we supplied and discussed, with the amendment to add back 15,000 into the town arts fund.
Great. All select board members in favor of Amanda's motion to keep the reductions that we planned, except for returning $15,000 to the arts fund, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Great. All right. Next.
Okay, so the second list that I was talking about is the possible reductions that the last select board did not choose to take up, and I will give a quick run through of those. One is reducing police department expenses by $5,500. Another is deferring computer equipment maintenance at Brooks Memorial Library to save $2,000. Reducing employee recognition and appreciation organization-wide for $2,500. eliminating bicycle capital funding altogether, $10,000 reduction, eliminating traffic safety budget altogether, another $15,000 reduction, reducing seasonal highway staff, $9,500, reducing capital roads, $75,000 reduction, reducing project care contribution by $2,000, splitting the fire car 2 replacement between 2 fiscal years, FY 26 and 27, saving $37,500 in the FY 26 budget. Further reducing police department expenses by $11,900. Deferring IT coordinator hiring, $94,430 savings. Deferring intersection capital funding to FY 27, which would be another $100,000 savings. Eliminating trash collection. This one is probably not possible at this point, $420,271. Reducing bus service, $50,000 savings. Cutting retaining wall capital funding by another $50,000. Eliminating the accessible voting machine for local elections, $1,800 savings. Delaying rehire of the finance director, $107,221. Increasing day camp fees by $20 per camper, $12,000 savings revenues, and not opening the Living Memorial Pool for the summer of 2025 and early 26, I guess, $66,775 savings from doing that.
Great. I have some comments, if I may begin, unless others want to.
Could we start with questions? Were any of yours questions? Just to clarify what some of them mean, because I know we have staff here. What does reduce capital roads mean? And what are the implications there?
So we have, in the capital budget, we have an item for capital road maintenance. So this would just be doing less of that in fiscal 26.
Other questions?
The reduction of police department expenses listed, so there's 2 line items there. Do we know any details about those reductions?
Yes. The $11,900 reduction would impact the department's ability to provide uniforms and gear to all personnel. Uniform supplies would have to be rationed, possibly being unable to replace damaged items when an officer damages a uniform or has it done to them. This would definitely be challenging for the police department, but it is an area that we could potentially save some funding. The other one was, I think it was animal control. Not seeing it, but I believe it was some reduction in animal control expenses.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I actually have one more question.
Go ahead.
So how much is the current day camp fee that would be increased by $20? Thank you, Carol.
Carol, a lot is interrogated.
For a Brattleboro resident, it's $120, and for a non-resident, you would add $15 to that. If I may, I guess if you choose to discuss that further, I'd like to throw a curveball and have another suggestion in your way.
I wouldn't mind hearing the curveball.
We love curveballs.
I could never hit the curve. That's why I'm here.
Okay, well, here comes the knuckleball then. So instead of the day camp fees, I discussed this with my board on Monday night. We talked about the fees and what the impact would be. And we felt, as we discussed this further, this would be a pretty tough burden on families that are already daycare in the summertime is pretty expensive. But instead, if we were looking to increase revenue, is across the board in every single program, the fees will go up $5. And one of the line items that we have here is facility use fee. And that facility use fee generates a little over $15,000. And that is every person that registers for programs, that $5 goes into that account. And that would spread a little bit across the entire board. And because this $20 would hit a family every single week of camp.
Well, that's really nice and gracious of your board and you to suggest that. So we should consider that. Are there other questions on this side? How about you guys?
Yeah, I was curious, first of all, thank you, by the way, for sharing this. In the description below, it says that these just pertain to personnel costs, and I want to see if I'm understanding that correctly.
No, that's the next section. So just we'll move on to that if we have time.
Okay. So my question is about from this table here, with the option of deferring the IT coordinator hiring to FY27. What would be could you speak to the alternative and the cost of, for instance, continuing with the contracted services that we have, and if there's an increase that would be needed in order to cover what we might be losing? What do you anticipate, if you're able to speak to what you anticipate that fee being?
Yeah, thank you, Isaac. So you're referring to if we were to defer this, what would be the risk management strategy around our current technology situation? I believe we would have a fairly significant, we'd have a fairly significant increase in the contract for technical services. It could possibly be less than this. I have requested a quote on that, and I have not received it yet. So,
and similarly, the delay in rehiring of a finance director would be a similar consultant fee situation, which we don't have the number for yet.
That could be as well, yes.
Yeah,
yep.
But those two positions are in a similar boat.
Okay.
Are there other questions?
After you.
So I have spent a lot of time thinking about this, and of course, some of these things I suggested would be cut in December. So I have a slate of items that I'd like to run down and see if people can feel comfortable with that. All right? Reduce employee recognition and appreciation. I have spoken to staff members who said, please cut this amount because we'd much rather keep our jobs than have, a piece of bacon. And similarly, eliminate the traffic safety budget. I believe that that's a fee associated with the Traffic Safety Committee for hiring consultation. And that was a new item that I added to the budget a year or two ago, and I'm sure that they can live without that. Splitting the fire car between FY 26 and 27 just means that they can hopefully get another year out of that car, and I think that that's money well saved. We just talked about deferring the IT and deferring the finance director, which leaves reducing the bus service, and I think we can reduce the bus service by a considerable amount, perhaps down to $5,000. And the reason that I say that is because that is not a mandated fee. That has been a voluntary fee, a voluntary contribution for many years. And I believe that in this lean year that we have, that money should be substantially reduced. So, anyone like to vote on these things as a slate or have further questions? I'm open to discussion.
Madam Chairperson, should we create an entire slate or do it slate by slate? Because there may be additions to that slate.
Well, here's what I'm proposing as a original slate. And maybe people want to add to it or subtract from it.
Before we do our final vote.
Well, it's not our final, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyone?
I just want to say out loud to anyone who's listening, it's not lost on me that we are we're going through the same exact list of cuts from last year. That is not lost on me. And I'm going to speak to that a little bit in the next section. As far as the specifics here, so the traffic safety budget, that is definitely what that is? That's a money
Yes.
that can be used for consultation if they want to study an intersection or something.
Exactly, yeah.
And it would just mean that
If on a case-by-case basis a situation arose, that they would come to the select board and ask for that money.
like this one's critical.
Yes.
We need to do a study.
Yes.
I think I'm provisionally comfortable with that. Reducing the employee recognition, I'll speak to this next section and hope that maybe that's not the trade-off we're making. It's such a small number that I can see why the board didn't cut it last time. It's such a small number with such sort of symbolic weight behind it, so undecided. The IT coordinator and the finance director, though both those positions are important, the idea of trying to, make something work with some different responsibilities in the department, contracting and stuff like that, I'm open to. I think if we could understand better how much of this amount we'd actually save, even an estimate, that would be helpful to me. And then on the mover, I don't want to do that. I think there will be a pretty proportional reaction, and I think it's a really valuable resource that we have, having the mover. And then I don't quite understand, so splitting the fire car is basically we are purchasing it. I remember this from the winter, but clearly not well. We're splitting the cost between 2 years, and when do we actually buy it?
We would buy it after July 1st of 2026. So instead of it being fully in the budget, when we could buy it in July of this year, it would be...
Oh, July of 26,
yeah,
okay.
Be postponing it to July of 26 at the earliest.
I'm open to that as well. I mean, I think there are legitimate savings. It is a legitimate savings. It's not, I don't think it's a $37,000 savings, but if you stretch the life of a truck to an 11th year, you are actually saving money. As long as the fire department doesn't feel that, as long as that's a plausible thing to do, I'm open to it. I'm sure it's not their preference.
But it runs a risk that we'll put more into maintaining that vehicle that we would otherwise have avoided.
Right. So I think that's me through the list.
Anyone else?
I would generally agree. I do share his concern about the reducing the bus service. I know so many people in our community depend on it for getting to work.
Well, that's why John has checked with them, and this would be Saturday service.
I mean, some people are working on Saturdays. Some people need it to use grocery shopping, get to medical appointments.
I think we're all assuming a usage of the mover that does not exist. But
Oh, I don't.
I would just want some more information, some more data on that before making a decision to cut that. Especially when my understanding is that federal funding for some of for public transportation is diminished, and I've heard a desire from residents for increased access to public transportation.
Could I stick in a mover question quickly? Sure. So is that, you spoke to the mover and they said that the consequences of going from 50K to 5 would be no Saturday service? Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was my understanding from
pleasantly
the mover,
tangible.
And I really wouldn't have time to develop any other estimate. You could reduce it whatever level you want, and then, but getting that information before next Thursday would not be possible. So.
Okay, so
I have a couple that are sort of compromises. They're not eliminations, but they're compromises. So one would be, I'm probably going to get pushback from this one, but so rather than eliminate the bicycle capital funding, keep it at 5,000, reduce it to 5,000 and not 10,000. And the other one is rather than reducing all of the police department, like the uniforms and gear expenses, reducing that to, can it work with 5,000 in it?
And I didn't.
Can that have any impact? Just curiosity.
I didn't want to do that at all.
Right,
That
but
wasn't on my list. So.
Oh, well, I feel like that would be helpful if that was reduced an amount and a compromised amount like 5,000 versus the 11,900. And the other one is, I think Public Works is here, this 100,000 for deferring intersection capital funding. It'd be nice for the public to know which intersections and can we make do.
I believe the priority intersection is designing something for Cotton Mill Hill where it hits the highway down below. So.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, but I see Dan walking to the mic.
The bottom of Cotton Mill Hill, but Dan may have.
Oh, 142?
Yeah. Dan may have a better idea on that.
Mr. Tyler is interrogated.
Yes, so the two intersections that we had in mind for this were the William Street intersection and the Cotton Mill Hill intersection. The William Street area is currently under traffic study now, and we should have results soon. This money would allow us to progress that project to engineering, and then any additional would go towards engineering of Cotton Mill Hill.
Is that William Street and Western Ave?
Correct.
Street and
William.
An intersection that has been studied for decades, as far as I'm concerned.
Is it possible to reduce that by choosing one over the other? So that like, not 100,000, but maybe 50,000 to get the study complete?
I think Dan is telling us that they're both very important.
Sure, but
Right. I mean, I think, if it were to be reduced, we would target the William Street intersection, prioritize that to continue that project forward.
is there an amount that would be a correct estimate for just William Street? Would it be half or would it be more? Unknown? That's okay.
Unknown.
I know it's okay.
In my mind, I'd rather have a cat license, but.
Sure.
So, where are we, people? Have we heard from everyone? I'm talking about the board.
Did you include the facility use fee for the rec and parks?
No, I did not. But I can add the suggestion that Carol made.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And what's the name of that facility?
$5 facility use fee.
Okay.
Did we have a number to go with that?
No, we would
We
develop.
don't, but John can generate one.
Great.
I'm sure. So.
And
Go ahead.
And I would just second the suggestions that Amanda had made around the 5,000 for the bicycle and the 5,000 for the uniforms.
Okay.
I think just process-wise, if that's what we're talking about, there's the two reduced police expenses things on here. One of them is 5,500 and the other one is more.
Yeah.
It might be cleaner for discussion if we're just talking about adopting the $5,500 one, since it's its own bucket.
What's been suggested is keeping the reduced police department expenses at 5,500 and reducing the further reduced police department expenses, this 11,900 to 5,000.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Well, just because the first one is the uniforms and police need uniforms.
Although, if it's reasonable to scratch off 11,900, let's go for that.
I don't Well, I don't think it is reasonable, and I liked the suggestion of moving it to 5.
How did it get on here in the first place? I guess that's a question if this was...
Yes, but again, John can explain further, but we had a $22% tax increase that we got down to 12. These were items that were not selected for cuts. And this is a process that John went through with his staff.
Right, but they were put forth as possible cuts.
And so now we are being asked to use our judgment to see whether that the sacrifice that each of these departments are making is worthwhile.
And I think I kind of messed up on that. If the department is willing to reduce the amount to $11,900, then I think that we should do that.
I'm not sure they love this idea, so it's up to you, though. If you want to make that cut in public safety, you can do that here.
So I think the point I was failing to make before is that what I remember is that the 5,500 was sort of, here's a first reduction, and then the second one was the further and I think more painful reduction.
That's right, Oscar.
So it might, if you are looking in that direction, it probably makes sense to start with the one at the very top, because that was presented as the less painful cut, I think. Is that right, John?
That's correct, yeah. They were in priority order. I don't know if that survived all through here, but yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is...
Oh, hang on.
Okay. Peter.
Yeah, how are you? So here's where I'm at. If we're going to futz around with the bus service thing, I think we have to leave the bicycle capital funding intact, because if we're going to remove a Saturday service, people are probably going to resort to bikes to get to where they have to go, and that infrastructure is going to be pretty key if we vote to reduce that bus service.
Well, the question is, really, do we have 3 votes to reduce the bus service?
I would not like to reduce the bus service.
Amanda?
I'm open to reducing the bus services for no Saturday.
Okay. Peter?
I'm wondering if we would be able to hear from people who use the mover, who are, get a little bit more information about usage of the mover on Saturdays. I mean, to take away a service that people depend on, it's like, I imagine that many people up here have a car, and if you were to just have that car eliminated for a day of the week, then I think it will have a pretty big impact on people, and I would want to know that the people who are impacted by the policies are really being consulted in developing them.
Is there any number that allows us to reduce that line item? And it's probably an unfair question, so I'll say that up front. Is there any number that allows us to retain a Saturday service and reduce that number of 50,000?
Well, you know what we could do? We could cut it in half, and we could see what John can do to have further understanding with that by next Thursday, and then we can revisit it again.
So this would just be an exploratory.
Exploratory 25,000. What do you like about that?
I like exploring options. In general, I think we saw the mover with the microtransit service be pretty sensitive to changes in funding, and I don't know. I think public transit is one of the sort of silver bullets of municipal government, and it's pretty rare for a town like Brattleboro to have free bus service like the mover. So I'm open to hearing it. But I'd like to protect it.
And we should understand that Brattleboro gives this contribution, and other towns give a very, very modest amount.
Yeah.
And so, once again, Brattleboro has the lion's share of contributions to a regional service that is out of proportion for its use, I believe.
To me, this is just one of those things where I look at it and I think we must get so much more value than $50,000. Not that that's exactly the trade-off, but so much more value to the town than $50,000.
It's state funded, you know.
Yeah, of course.
So, state tax dollars do, and probably federal tax dollars. Sue, do you want to weigh in on this at all? Oh, different Sue, sorry. I meant you.
Yeah. Sorry. I know you were asking about Saturday service numbers. I am a board member of Southeast Vermont Transit, so I don't have ridership for Saturday only. What I do want to say is that the $50,000 contribution has been occurring since 2010, when at the time the Current took over Brattleboro's bus lines. We had our 3 bus lines. It was operated by the town. The $50,000 was the town's contribution to the state funding that came for the bus service. It was our 20% match, I think. The funding is state funding that comes from federal sources. It is being cut. There were recent cuts that were announced, including the micro evening service and a couple of other services around the movers' territory. The 50,000, cutting the 50,000 when we last discussed it with SEVT, that was given to us before we knew that the state was making cuts. So I think that understanding what a reduction would be, it could be more than Saturday. I think that would have to be a discussion had with the mover. And I can work on getting you Saturday numbers.
Thank you.
Hopefully for next week.
How does the board discuss this, and are we ready to hear from David? David?
Thank you, David Lovenbach, District 9. I understand that this is a voluntary contribution. I don't ride the bus very often, but I've had occasion to do so. And what I've noticed is that there's a very distinct population using the bus. These are people for whom I'm guessing other transportation is not available. And I'm not sure how many of them would be bike worthy. The other thing I would say is, as it stands now, you're zeroing out a $50,000 contribution. So if you went to $25,000, you'd be cutting that in half. It's not like it's $50,000 off of $130,000. The proposal, as it stands now, zeroes out support for the mover. And I hope you'll be moved by that.
I said 5,000, but we've also discussed 25. In our conversation.
Yeah, no, I understand. But in the budget that was rejected by, there was 50,000, and that would be zeroing out support for the bus service.
Yes, but if we moved it to 5,000, or if we moved it to 25,000, that would not be zeroing it out.
True.
Can I ask a question just about what Sue Fillion reported about state reductions in funding? That's not exclusively to our mover, or is it? Is it other communities that have regional bus service?
I'm sure it's
statewide.
Statewide. And is it a percentage or just a flat, like we're cutting a bunch of dollars?
No, the mover was asked to cut between $200,000 and $225,000, and they were looking at low-performing routes. And other transit agencies in Vermont were also asked to make cuts. I'm not sure what their numbers were, but.
We have a lot more to cover tonight. Just looking at the time and wondering how much more you guys want to deliberate on this.
I think if we're just going to talk about an exploratory look at it, let's half it, look at it, see what we can get out of it, and then that'll also, I think, if nothing else, give the community a little bit more time to weigh in on, give some thought while we deliberate that. And so I would put in there, a $25,000 reduction in the bus service for the purposes of exploring.
All right, so let's have a little round robin where we see if we have 3 votes for, okay? And it's not going to be formal, you're just going to raise your hand. Reduce police department expenses, $5,500.
The top one.
The top one.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 3 votes for that. Defer computer equipment maintenance at the library, $2,000. No takers. Reduce employee recognition and appreciation organization-wide, $2,500. 3 votes. Eliminate bicycle capital funding, or reduce it to $5,000. Reduce it to $5,000? Okay. Eliminate traffic safety budget, $15,000. Done. Reduce seasonal highway staff, $9,500. No takers. Reduce capital road, $75,000. No takers. Reduce project care contribution, $2,000. No takers. Split fire car 2 between FY 26 and 27, $37,500. Yes. Further reduce police department expenses, $11,900. My peripheral vision says no. Defer IT coordinator hiring to FY 27, $94,430, less whatever consultant fee.
So, look, I see 4 votes. I'd love to know more about, are we going to end up at 30,000 savings or 89?
I think that's what we're exploring.
Yeah.
We don't know
that's
yet.
Fine. Yeah.
We don't know yet. Defer intersection capital funding to FY 27, $100,000. There's been requested to have that?
Or to reduce it by some percentage, 40%.
I don't honestly, and this, I know this conversation, all of these conversations predate me on this board. So I think.
I hear the concerns about that.
I mean, I just don't want to keep kicking it down. God forbid something happens on our watch.
I'm not voting for it.
I'm not voting for it.
So I hear concerns about that intersection and because of increased traffic on 142 with the new bridge. I will say I've been through that intersection multiple times in the last couple of weeks, driving to the Miller Farm in Vernon, and the pavement is in perfect condition. It's the road part itself for right now is okay. For the Cotton Mill Hill, obviously the Williams Street. So we're looking for cuts.
I'm still not voting for it.
I'm not voting for it.
I think I'm a no. I don't know.
I'm on the safety first team, so I'll say no. And I think that I've heard 3. So reduce bus service. We can explore what 25,000 will get us.
Sure.
Are we interested in that?
No.
Should we do a vote? We should do a vote then.
All right. 25,000 reduction in bus service. Who says yay?
Again, this is just exploratory.
Just exploratory.
All right.
No opinion. Abstain.
Okay, then. Cut retaining wall capital funding. I say no. Anyone else have a stomach for that? No. Eliminating accessible voting machine for local elections. I say no.
I say no.
Delay rehire the finance director. I say yes, but we do not yet know the consultant fee.
With the same caveat as the IT.
Right? Yeah. Institute an increase in facility use for Park and Rec of $5, additional $5. How many hands for that?
I'd like to see it, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not interested in
I don't even want to discuss
pool.
not opening that
Yeah.
pool.
All right, finally,
Right.
we have achieved something here.
Oh, yeah. Could we hear from?
Sure.
So you've established a slate. Now do you want to hear from the public any feedback on the slate?
Sure.
Okay.
That's the slate. We'll hear feedback. Heidi.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. I have two questions. One is when the eliminate accessible voting machine, does that mean, what kind of accessibility are you talking about?
Handicap.
Yeah, but is it like mobility?
Hillary,
It's not.
please.
It's not on the slate. It's not being.
It's not being considered. We
didn't.
We chose not to consider it.
Are you just asking
You
for
still wanna
informational
know?
purposes?
Well, I'm
or-
just asking because if it's the kind of accessibility where someone just can help you vote instead of having a special machine to vote in,
let's
even
hear
my
from-
blind husband says eliminate it because a voting person can help you vote.
Let's hear from Hillary.
So I'm not sure what kind of accessibility.
Heidi, let's hear from Hillary. Wherever you like.
Hi, Hillary Francis, Town Clerk. So the accessible voting machine is meant for folks who are visually impaired or blind. And it's basically like a glorified pen. It's a tablet, and it gives a couple of different options. There's a touch screen, there's a navigation pad, and there are buttons. So it has an audio component. You can use it to change the font size or the contrast. And it goes through, and you can just choose which candidates you want to vote for or how you want to vote. It prints out a ballot for you, and then that ballot can go right in the tabulator. So ultimately, it allows voters who need assistance to vote more independently and not lean on somebody else to help them should they choose to vote that way.
And is it used?
No.
It's not used.
We have had one person choose to use it the first year that we had it. And that was more out of curiosity. And then we had to have two other people opt to use it because we needed anonymity. After that, nobody has ever used it in the town of Brattleboro. This past election, though, we did have somebody show up who wanted to use it. And because of technical issues, we didn't use it, and they were upset. That's the first time that happened.
And the alternative is having a person assist.
We have to have, they can either bring somebody with them, or we have to have two election officials help them. We can never have one election official help somebody with a ballot. It has to be
that's
two.
really helpful. I'm glad you both brought that up. Should we add that to the list?
It's a powerful argument.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you from the blind guy in the corner there. My other question is, was the bottom line, which I know you said you weren't going to, everybody said no, but it says don't open the pool for summer of 2025. Can reduced hours change that number?
We had a very important discussion about the pool opening for the summer, and I am not interested in curtailing any of the hours. It's open for a brief period of time. I wish it could be open longer, and it's extremely well used for the hours that it's open.
We've had folks refer to that as sort of their kind of the only way they get to have a little vacation for their kids and all that. So, yeah, I'm kind of with Liz. I'm not really open to reducing hours.
And also hosting Brattleboro swim team, 2 different time slots for that, and toddler parent pool time. It's a really well-run program and swim lessons. I mean,
all right,
it's action-packed.
Let's see. Let's hear from Kate O'Connor and then Dick DeGray, and that's it. Jan, did you have your hand raised? Okay.
Kate O'Connor, I'm going to urge you folks to not delay the hiring of the finance director. You'd be delaying getting a finance director until July 1st, 2026. I can't think it's so late. I think the state of their financial situation in our town requires that we have a finance director. And I think there's a difference between a consultant who's here or somewhere in the universe part-time and an actual human being who is versed in municipal finances, who can do strategic thinking, because that is what we need right now. So I would really, really urge you to make hiring a professional municipal strategic finance director a priority and not delay it until July 1st, 2026.
And we have contracted with a...
No, we haven't yet.
You have
No.
final contract. John, you want to talk about that?
So at the salary level that we can offer for a finance director, we are unable to find somebody to apply for that job. It's been open for many months. Last time we hired a finance director, it took us 2 years to fill that position, and we had to raise the salary significantly at that time. We have therefore looked at alternatives, which include the possibility of contracting with a firm that can provide us all of the municipal finance expertise that we will need, and we would then merge some departments to have a local manager overseeing the staff while utilizing the municipal finance services to cover all of the finance department needs that we would have.
Which is what we did the last time we didn't have a finance director, and it took us quite some time to find one.
Can I reply quickly?
Sure.
Kate, I just want you to know, I think I hear you on this. So we'll look at numbers next time, see what the savings would even be. But yeah, the problem of, the going rate for a finance director, I don't think we would like. So we're in a tough spot with that, but I agree, it'd be really valuable. I think it would be a great addition. So
I just took the opportunity to kind of look it up, and looks like a U.S. average for that kind of a position is upwards around $130,000. So I think we're sort of
all right.
forced to.
Let's hear from Dick DeGray, and then we'll close this and vote.
I certainly am on board with a permanent finance director. I think we're better served. I do understand the pay situation. It would be good if we looked at other towns in Vermont to see what they were paying. And certainly if the board had to raise that salary a minimal amount, I mean, we're giving $30,000 to the our $15,000 to the arts committee. Everything's a trade-off here. So the reality is, even though I know you're going to look at this, I certainly believe that position needs to be filled. I mean, we haven't even talked about the assistant town manager's position that's vacant. But one thing I wanted to say is that you talked about this IT position. Now, this position is in the budget right now. So there's $91,000 in this current budget that we're in. And that position hasn't been filled. There isn't a job description for it. And so I am recommending that you eliminate that position. That's you're asking for feedback, Liz, and that's the feedback I'm giving you, is that I don't think this position should be in the budget. If it was that important, the job description should have been last July 1, and the position should be filled by now. 9 months, no job description, and no person, and you're struggling with eliminating it. I strongly disagree with where the board sits on this, and I would hope you would reconsider eliminating that position. And I also think that reducing the intersection budget by $50,000, and I use one of those intersections on a daily basis, and I believe that putting that off for a few years would be okay. The Western Ave intersection, I wholly support doing that, but if you're looking to reduce revenue, that would be an area that I think you could get $50,000. And also getting the CAT license fee in there would raise $52,000. And I hope the board reconsiders that. Thank you.
I hope so too, Dick. Thank you. Okay, so a little, what are we
So-
yet to discuss?
We have service reductions in departments other than.
I already mentioned that Dick was going to be the last caller.
Yeah.
What?
So if you want to vote on a motion to approve that slate, then you could do that now, and we could try to move on and get to some of the third item.
So where are we? I mean, on this list?
I can read it. Or,
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Isaac?
Yeah, just to clarify, something that Dick DeGray brought up, I believe that we all, at least the majority of us, agreed to deferring the IT coordinator hiring. So I think that's what Mr. DeGray was asking.
It's just semantic. We haven't hired one, and he wants to gut it, eliminate it as a line item. What we're saying is we're going to limp along with the IT consultancy until such time as we can hire it, because the needs still exist.
Right.
Similarly to the finance consultancy, we have in the past, and we will continue to use a consultant until such time as we can find one.
It doesn't mean we need to take down the posting, for instance.
Exactly. You want to go ahead and then we can vote?
Oh, so my understanding of your slate, which you could vote on, is reducing police department expenses $5,500, reducing employee recognition $2,500, eliminating traffic safety budget $15,000, split fire car 2, reducing $37,500, deferring IT coordinator some amount of $94,430, reduce bus service $25,000, eliminate accessible voting machine $1,800, and adding a $5 increase to facility use fee in Recs and Parks for an unknown amount that we'll determine.
And finance director, right?
And finance director, delay.
Oh, sorry.
And I also had moving bicycle capital fund to 5,000 from 10.
Did we vote on?
I did not have that one.
I
but
thought.
I think we sort of voted to leave it where, not touch it.
Okay, very good. All right, that's the slate. I'm not going to ask John to repeat it. I'm not going to ask anybody to repeat it. Do we have, let's have a vote. All select board members in favor of the slate that we just enumerated, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Thank you all. That's 5-0. Now,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Could we, in light of the comments that Mr. DeGray brought up and the high expense of the capital funding for the intersections, could we look at reducing that by half? My understanding is that's what we were hearing about for the Williams Street and for the Cotton.
Didn't we just vote?
Yeah, and I'm just saying one more thing in addition to that slate we could look at.
I'm done.
Okay.
We're moving on.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
We got
I'm
we got bigger
completely
fish to
split
fry.
on that.
Yeah.
So
Service reductions. John has prepared a voluminous list. John, what do you want to say?
Yeah, so I was just trying to think, like, how could we get through this and not be here till 1 o'clock in the morning? And I'm just wondering if maybe the chair might want to query the board on whether there are particular departments here that you want to focus on, or particular services that you want to focus on, and perhaps hearing from the select board about which ones may exist could shorten this conversation rather than having to go through each one in detail.
I have some ideas, but I will defer to the board. Is there anything specific that you all would like to bring up?
I have something I would like to bring up. I think this is a great list. I really appreciate it. I find it very helpful. I'm going to bring something up again, and I really am bringing it forward in a spirit of cooperation and finding a way to make this work, finding the easiest path to make this work that serves all of our concerns. So it's coming in that spirit. We know that there is some demand in town for reducing the ongoing expenses, right? Which largely means personnel. I have also heard and listened to fairly impassioned pleas that, including from people at this table, that layoffs, and I don't disagree, that layoffs are incredibly damaging and harmful and not good strategic business, and I want to respect that also. So what I would like to propose, and I don't particularly want to go down this list with a red pen saying, oh, can we do less clean and repair town facilities? Can we, supervise fire alarm, sprinkler, HVAC less? I don't necessarily want to approach it that way, and I don't really want to approach it that way in the next 7 days when we have to draft a budget. So what I'm going to propose is that we don't make, or I'm not proposing substantial changes to the departments on this list. Instead, I would like us to approve some form of a hiring freeze that exempts seasonal employees. We can prepare a list, we can work together to prepare a list of really critical positions that, if they became empty, would need to be filled on an emergency basis, and exempt those. And then enter an environment for FY27 where we can slowly reduce staff by attrition without layoffs, without disruption to departments, and we can tackle these bigger strategic questions of what changes might we want to make over the course of the summer and the fall, and not in a 1 week period. So that's my pitch. I really am trying to offer it in a spirit of hearing what everyone is saying up on the board. I hope you'll consider it.
All right.
Can I get some clarification? Mm-hmm. So let's say you got 3 hands to go up for a hiring freeze. And then we instruct John to put on a hiring freeze, and then John needs to hire somebody. Is it my understanding, based on your proposal, that every time that happens, that's got to come before the board and we decide whether that person gets hired or not? Because that's not the business I'm in, but I'm just asking the question.
That's how that would work. What's your, I'd like to.
I mean, it's micromanagement at its worst form. I mean,
well,
excuse me?
Hang on. I know that, I think we've talked specifically about, I think we're existing in a certain reality right now where there's demand for town costs, particularly staff, to diminish. And we're also, it's true that laying people off is incredibly, you're right. You said that, you're absolutely right. I think, first of all, my premise is that something like this is not radical. It's not unusual for a government or a board, the board of an organization, the board of a school. It's not an unusual thing to do in tough times. I personally don't see it as, a challenge to the role of the town manager or as micromanagement. I see it as a time-limited policy decision to help us do the thing that people are asking us to do, but not do it in the really damaging way. And I know not everyone's going to agree with it, but that's my pitch.
Okay. Well, I have a different pitch. And, we've talked about curveballs and everything else. I have a article from the Brattleboro Reformer from 2010 that Kate O'Connor suggested that the board review, and I have reviewed it. And one of the savings from the budget that had to be done for fiscal year 2011 was reducing the hours of operation at the Brooks Memorial Library by 8 hours a week. And then I looked at that and I saw on page 9 of 16 in our presentation that the library is open now 56 hours a week. And so reducing services rather than personnel is something that is open to us and suggested to us by the town manager. And then I looked at what the other libraries in the community have in terms of hours. Dummerston's library is open about 4 hours a day, and they are closed on Mondays and Fridays. Vernon Free Library is open for 5 hours on Monday, and then open in the morning and the afternoon on Tuesday. Guilford is open not on Monday, on Tuesday for 5 hours, on Wednesday for, I can't even read that, and not on Friday. Putney is open for maybe 6 hours, not quite sure, on Monday through Saturday. And on Saturday, they're open from 10 to 1. So it is not out of the ordinary for the town of Brattleboro to reduce hours in the library as a cost-saving measure. And what that would do would not curtail services, it would curtail hours of service. And I'm considering that we can save a tremendous amount of budget by considering that. And I think that it's in the spirit of what our town manager has advised us to do, and that is to look at service reductions rather than individual staff members. I would like my board members to consider that.
So there are two different proposals right now on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Are you...
I'm not making a motion, and I'm not even suggesting that this is something that if we wanted to do, we would vote on today. I think if we did want to do it, we would need to come up with details on it. But I want to discuss it because I think it's incredibly relevant to the decision of where we go from here. But no, I'm not making a motion to do that.
And another point I have is that our job here tonight is to identify revenues and identify cuts. And if we don't do so, we're not doing our job. And if we don't do so, then what budget will we have next Thursday? So
I have a couple thoughts on this, which is, I think it is a helpful conversation to have, is what is it that we're trying to do? What is our goal here? My understanding is that the representative town meeting sent the budget back to this board to take another look at with fresh eyes and to consider some of the considerations that the finance committee had advised around long-term planning, some of the things that we voted to do just 2 days ago. So that's one of the things. And I also heard concerns about a 12.1% property tax increase. I think that some of those things are going to be, there were decisions that were made last fall that have put us in a position where we're in a difficult situation because decisions were made outside of the normal budgeting process. So I think it would be good for us to look at where we can cut and where we can economize and consider Oscar's proposal as well. But to me, there was not, there was multiple opinions expressed at representative town meeting. And I see that the public also,
we're not ready for the public yet. And when we are, I'll let you know. Amanda?
Do we have room in this conversation to go through the department line by line, the estimated personnel cost, and request shrinkage of that?
Well, and yes.
That doesn't result in necessarily a person, but, trusting that the department heads will shuffle the work if...
And that's exactly what we've been asked to do. So please give an example.
So I'll give a very concrete example. The first line on DPW, the provide winter road and sidewalk maintenance. and I think Dan's still here, but what would it look like to reduce the sidewalk maintenance? We just went through a hard winter, so I know that's, it's not ideal, but are we willing as a community to, to alter what we do at all?
Okay, Amanda, let's ask John.
Yeah, or even if it's time and if it's, there's a lot of overtime when it comes to these huge storms. Are there ways to manage? Could we tolerate as a community? I think it's just good to discuss. I'm not advocating that we reduce it. I'm just saying that that we should talk about it.
Yeah, and so my thought was, if you can tell me services like that you think the public or the RTM would approve, then we can come back next Thursday with some ideas on that particular service for reductions, whether there is any potential savings or whether there really isn't.
So Amanda suggested the winter road and sidewalk maintenance. Are there other services that other select board members have identified as a service that they think there's some leeway in?
I do have others too.
Please.
If you want me to go through all of
Please
them. The other one is in the planning department, and it's one that I really kind of don't understand what the definition of it is completely. It's support resilience efforts in the community. What is the definition of how the support? Is it direct support, technical assistance? Is it being present at meetings? What does that mean?
Yeah, that is supporting groups in the community that want advice on resilience efforts, sustainability efforts.
Okay.
Yep.
And so, do you want to flag that one, Amanda?
I hate to do it, but yes, I would like to flag it. And because I think it dovetails into also writing grants and managing energy efficiency projects. They kind of work together, but and
are you flagging that one as well?
No, I think I'm not flagging it, but I'm wondering how they can kind of combine, I guess.
And where on the page is that? I'm just trying to find it.
That's on, that's
The $9,000 line.
9,000.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the other one is, so the Agricultural Advisory Committee, that's listed, so it's support and staff the Energy Committee and Agricultural Advisory Committee, but the Agricultural Advisory Committee is not meeting anymore, and I don't know the status of the Energy Committee, but just more info on that.
The Energy Committee is active. There is a agricultural grant advisory committee, I believe, that is active, but the main one you're referring to, yes, is not.
Got it. Okay. The other one I have, I'm going into the library here. 94,000 for public information, email, phone, social media, PR. That's a big percentage of personnel time. And the other one is I'm wondering about the 35,000 for providing technology support to individuals. The other one is assist the public with use of office machines, 21,000.
I have to admit, I'm lost. Where are you?
Oh, we're on page 10 of 16, the second item.
Yeah. And
I guess you've never made copies at the library.
I haven't made copies at the library, so I haven't asked for assistance making copies at the library. But that's a good question. The other one is on page 13 of 16, Human Resources, recruit, hire, and onboard town employees, $68,000. We haven't, well, that's a lot because we hired a lot of people this year. I don't know. That's an interesting number. It's a high number if you ask me. The other one is for human resources, provide graphic design and video production. And I'm not sure if that's for, what is that for? Is that for, I guess I'm not sure exactly what that's for, if that's.
So, for example, we recently did a video of how to use the parking machines because we were hearing a lot of people with concerns about it. They didn't know how to do it. We've done a video on the property tax rebate program so that people can understand what that is and how to apply for it. Those are some examples.
Yeah.
It's the way municipal government is communicating more and more with people through video.
Okay. The other one is finance department. So the AP invoices, this is like getting more work done in open.gov now, right?
Yep.
I mean, the efficiency of that, the like less mail, fewer stamps, that 23,000, whereas open.gov, if working efficiently, is going to theoretically cut down that number. I don't, yeah. And I didn't get, that's as far as I got. So just threw some ideas out there.
All right. Anyone else?
The way that I would like to see this approach for FY27 would be for the,
We're not talking about FY27, talking about FY26.
Okay, well then talking about FY26, I think it's really difficult to do this process of going through and looking at each of these individual services without, we don't have the department directors here. I think the department, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then they are
I
back
can answer
there.
most of your questions too.
Okay. I mean, I would be interested in hearing from the department directors about where they would see the areas that are least utilized or where there might be potential savings or cuts, rather than us going through line by line. Because I don't know, I've spent half an hour with some of the department directors, but I still haven't gotten to do that with everyone. And I just think I don't think that I have any, just by looking at a page, I don't have a sense of what actually happens in each of those departments, a real clear understanding. And I would really be interested in hearing what the people who actually run those departments think.
Here's the thing. John's created this list. Before he created this list, he created another list of what the services were and so forth. And it's unfortunate that you don't have a deeper understanding and have the opportunity to talk to department heads. This is my 7th year on the board. Peter's been on the board this is your 3rd, correct? Yeah. And so it's really incumbent upon the board members to review this information, ask questions. John's here. He ask him the questions. But I've looked through this, and what I see are library hours. Amanda's come up with some thoughtful suggestions, and I think anyone who has other suggestions, John can describe in more detail the issues that Amanda brought up, and to see if we can come together and coalesce around any of those issues. And let's let John say.
I would just suggest to Isaac that if we have very limited time to do this, so even if you don't feel you have enough knowledge at the service level, then tell me a department and we'll go focus on that department. I really don't want to be doing everything, but if we can focus the select board's concerns on particular departments or services that you think the community could see a reduction, like a long-term reduction. That's the only way that we're going to get the budget down, is by you politically identifying the services that you think the community can withstand not having anymore.
And what I'm saying here is that I think with just a week to go before this budget needs to be, we've committed to looking at a draft. I think it's a little rushed to be able to say, oh, we're going to cut this service, or we want to cut all of these services. I mean, if the department directors had gotten together and said, hey, here's where here's these reductions that we believe we could do. That would be keeping in mind personnel. Thinking about potential personnel. Reductions in hours or reductions in 35 to 30 hours or whatever, or we think that we could eliminate this service or merge these positions. That would be one thing, but I don't think that that's realistic in 1 week to do. That's why I mentioned the FY27 is maybe we could have some sort of process like that.
Maybe you certainly could, but here's the thing, right? RTM has thrown this back in our lap. RTM has thrown this to the select board, and we have been asked to make these policy decisions, and so that's our charge, and we have to think long and hard about it, and asking questions and understanding what the services that we provide are perfectly appropriate for us to be doing right now. I know many of you have met with the department heads and are understanding the work of the municipal government, but that's what we're about. Amanda's asked some thoughtful questions, and John can respond to them, and the department heads are here. I've suggested some reductions to the budget that I think are pretty commonplace for municipal governments in a budget crunch. And so I would like to see, at least 2 other hands go up for that. And I would like us to discuss Amanda's positions, have John explain to the best of his ability, and then we can vote on those services. And then John can bring us back next week a budget with those suggestions within it. But this is the work that we're doing, and we're doing it. So
and it's uncomfortable work. It doesn't feel good, and that's clear. And I think it's felt in the room, and I think it's felt beyond that. If our task was to ask our town manager to provide ways to cut the budget, we have to just at least talk about it, and either say, oh, we don't want to lose that service. Oh, gosh, we need to uphold that. Or, okay, we have to think creatively. So I think it's rather than kicking the can down the road, it's like, well, let's throw some things out here.
I mean, this is our charge. We just finished going through the reductions that the last select board identified. But of course, this is the new select board, so there must be new ideas, and that's what we're about. Oscar?
I'd like to make a couple comments. One is that I think it's good that we are adopting the idea of talking about services and not positions. That said, I think we're getting a little cute with it. If we talk about drastically reducing library hours, we're talking about layoffs. So just the fact that we're calling it a service doesn't change the fact that that's what we're proposing. We're not naming names, we're not naming names of positions, but that's what we're discussing. So calling it a service is not the be-all, end-all.
And do you have any services that you think are able to be reduced to provide savings for the budget?
Well, here's what I think, which is that we are doing a slightly different version of what the last select board did. And that is one of the things that RTM objected to. I know everyone has their own interpretation of why the budget was voted down, but from sitting on the finance committee, from talking to people, I can tell you that there was serious concern around process. A budget process last year that, to summarize, was the presentation of a base budget, the discussion of a base budget, and, oh, that number's too high. and then the presentation and consideration in, I think, 4 or 5 meetings total of a list of cuts. We're now considering strategic, long-lasting changes to entire departments at 10:15 p.m. on a Thursday with a draft budget due in 7 days. This is not, it's late, so maybe I'm being blunt. To me, this is not a productive strategic process. I am suggesting a way forward to sustainably reduce our expenses that doesn't require trying to perform surgery on town operations at 10:15 p.m. with a bunch of people who apparently can't even remember what time it is. And I say again that at no point was the charge I got from RTM, you are doing too much of these services, please reduce them. It was, spending is too high, please find a way to bring it down. I meant to bring and forgot the Commons with Hugh Barber's Voices piece in it. So if the opportunity came up, I could read his final sentence. But to summarize it, it was, we have a team of professional department heads who are experts in their field, put them around a table and say, as organizations have done for decades, if not centuries, when faced with problems, put your heads together and give us what you would do as a team, respecting each other's departments and missions. Give us a 5 and a 10% reduction from here. And then we as the board can shoulder the uncomfortable political burden of making those decisions, but the genesis has to come from the experts who are the department heads. And so, no, I have no cuts from this table to propose. I have a path forward, and I have a way I think we could develop a sustainable budget. But, yeah, that's my answer.
And I definitely feel differently about the notion of a hiring freeze. The notion of a hiring freeze is not a thoughtful examination of town staff. It is an across-the-board Elon Musk type thoughtless plan. Can't even mention the man's name. To whom?
Just don't call me Elon Musk. I think I would be happy with that.
No. What I'm saying is that the notion of a hiring freeze is antithetical to what we're about.
How about...
It's not budgeting.
It's not budgeting.
May I?
Yes?
All right.
I think I want to speak to something that Oscar brought up, which is the idea of, that the department directors being really experts and being able to help us in making these decisions. And an example that we saw right in this meeting was when we were looking at the item for the Recreation and Parks Department. Do you remember how there's that thing about $20 for additional day camp fee? And Carol brought up the point that, I have another idea, which is this $5 service, the fee for the use of the buildings, which would be across the board and would be less burden on families, many who can't necessarily, they're struggling. And this is the thing, is that I would have never thought of that, because I'm not Carol. I'm not the director of the Recreation and Parks Department. So, and in terms of, we could go through these, and it just feels irresponsible to me to be making those sorts of cuts at this time.
Peter.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what Oscar's saying. The example that you brought up isn't a cut. It's a revenue source. So, there's the difference there, right? We all voted on a potential revenue source, and we voted it down. So, if we're going to talk about driving revenue, I can have that conversation all day long. That's the part of budgets and driving revenue that I am particularly good at. If we are looking through this thing, and our job is to find reductions to lower the tax burden on Brattleboro citizens, then, as Liz has pointed out, that is our sole purpose here. I understand what everybody's saying. Look, everybody all of a sudden is feeling horribly rushed by this. And what my wife likes to say when I come home from these meetings sometimes is, you ran for it, you got it. All right, so I I don't like it. This is the second time I'm going through these numbers. I've poured through these things like all morning, all last night, again today. I've already been through these numbers. Oscar, you made mention that RTM said this. Well, these are our numbers. They don't change just because we've got 3 new board members. This is what we're working with. So we have to find reductions in what we have presented. This is what we're working with. We don't have another magical budget that we can pull out of a closet that everybody can feel good about. This is what we have to work with. So, like Liz, I don't particularly like reduction in services either. But if our job is to reduce the budget and the library is the thing that we need to look at, then I guess we need to look at it. I mean, I don't like it. There's nothing on this list that I want to even touch. So
we're discussing this now. So I agree with you, Peter. You know, and I'm going back to this. You know, this list when Barbara Sontag was town manager. You know, and they went through the same process, and they. You know, but I've looked at the departments, you know, there's no room in the town clerk. And basically the HR department has merged with finance, you know, which is something that the Burlington budget did to save money. We're not going to lose any positions in that because there's been attrition in the finance department, and you know there are no positions to lose in that department. So that it's just a further explanation of the fact that each department has, and John has explained this, you know, what they do, and there is no room to cut these departments because they're working flat out. They're, you know, and I just find the idea of a hiring freeze not in full knowledge of the situation in each department on the ground. And so that's why I'm thinking, you know, that the library is an obvious and time-tested area to reduce the budget. You know, there are no other positions to be cut that I'm aware of. The only opportunity that we have is to identify services that could have a closer look, which is exactly what Amanda has done. And so I think we should be discussing that. And we should be discussing the library, and we should ask John to take those suggestions as he's presented in this memo and see what he can come back to us with next week. And if we wanted to continue to be responsible to our charge, we might want to suggest other ideas. But in the meantime, I think we should ask John to discuss Amanda's suggestions.
I'd like to make one more comment.
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I've said what I'd like to do about as clearly as I'm capable of saying it, but let me go one step further and be clear about what I'm proposing, which is that we return to RTM with a budget that is not hugely lower than the one that went back to it. That it is made, we've found, I can't remember, but we've probably made $200K in cuts, maybe in the vicinity of $100K in revenue. We go back to RTM with a functionally similar budget, but with a commitment to making big changes to the FY27 budget process, with a commitment to strengthen long-term financial planning, and with a hiring freeze that will sustainably bring down expenses over time with the least disruption to, et cetera. I also am confident that I could spend 10 minutes with Google and a printer and come back with a stack of news articles about towns and schools and organizations instituting a hiring freeze as a basic tool to deal with economic conditions like this. So, sorry, I'm getting a little frustrated, but The one thing I would like to avoid, the one thing that bothers me is people looking at me like I've got two heads for suggesting this idea, and I'm sitting here thinking that this is a rock bottom standard tool in a situation like this. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, may I say something? I agree. It's our financial responsibility and our fiduciary responsibility to the town to do things like what Oscar is suggesting at this point. And it is very clear that it excludes any seasonal employees. Is it correct?
Yep.
Right? And you've made that clear for the hiring freeze
Yes,
idea?
it would exclude seasonal employees, and we would prepare a list of really time-sensitive employees where if someone walks out on the job overnight, you have to have someone there the next morning. And I'm happy to discuss details and figure out a way to make this work. A blanket refusal, it just baffles me. So
It's not a blanket refusal. It's, again, it's how we run our town. I wasn't part of the board that hired this man, but we hired this man to run the town. For us then to walk back and do this hiring freeze, once again, is the highest form of micromanagement that every position, God, please, you know, you give me time to talk.
Let Peter.
You can let me
have the floor.
finish. It's not the first time you've interrupted me. Let me finish a thought.
Thank you, Peter. You're right. I'm sorry I interrupted.
And I apologize for getting heated. Our job is not to micromanage John. Now, if we want him to go and explain these things, as Amanda suggested, and to explore things, as Liz has suggested, then that's our job. A hiring freeze where we have to hire a full-time employee and then they have to come in, they've got to go through an interview process and all that. Why don't you just clip his wings? We'll just call him something else. It's not
I just don't understand this level of anger around this.
It's not anger. It's frustration. And you know what? It may be, pardon me for saying this, it might be the fact that I've been on the planet longer and I see how it rolls out over time. And I've said this over and over again.
Can I ask you something?
You absolutely can. I welcome it.
Just in the spirit of understanding, how do we reduce ongoing expenses if we can't freeze hiring? And I know you are understandably really opposed to the concept of laying people off.
Here's the thing, right?
Well,
this is a municipal government.
Mm-hmm.
They're not widgets. We've hired someone to manage the staff.
I don't think they're widgets, Liz.
Well, I'm just saying that it's a profession to understand a municipal staff, and I mean, I could read you the charter, what John's responsibilities are, but a hiring freeze is the opposite of having a town manager.
Would it change this is the last I'm going to say on this because it's late, and I think we just sort of disagree, which is fine.
Yes.
Would it have any effect on your opinion if hypothetically you were presented with lots of examples of select boards and organizations making that as a policy decision? Would that affect your opinion?
It would not.
Why would that be?
Because I know our town, and I know we've hired a town manager, and he's capable of managing this town, and I'm going to what he's asked us for is some policy decisions. And, you know, many people have, you know, Amanda and I have each suggested some policy maneuvers that would lower the budget, which is our charge. And I'm content to have those discussions and leave it to John to prepare a budget. Perhaps John would like to comment.
Well, I just wanted to make sure Oscar understands that freezing hiring is a tool. It's a management tool. And it's one that I use all the time. Right now we have 7 positions. 4 of them are frozen. They're not being hired. They're awaiting your guidance on what areas that you might want to reduce the budget. And, you know, hiring freeze in and of itself is not a budgeting tool. It is a way to manage the implementation of a budget, but not developing a new budget. So there is no way to predict what positions might come under a hiring freeze over the next 6 months. I can't change the budget based on that. I can use it as an operational tool to manage the finances of the town. But that's my role. That's what you've hired me to do. If you put additional layers on that, it just makes it more difficult. It's really not trusting of the town manager. It's kind of it's obviating the my role as the appointing authority that you've hired me to do. That's just the way I see it, Oscar. I'm sorry we disagree.
I see this as the idea of a hiring freeze as a tool that can be that it is a policy.
I use it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure, but this when it's what Oscar has proposed is a tool that can be that is something that we can take to the public, that it's policy, that we can take to representative town meetings, and that they know that we're going to actually be considering each of these positions in light of where we are financially.
Yes, but it's a tool, but it's not the smartest tool in the box. And the smartest tool in the box is to look at the positions that need to be filled or not filled in relation to what they actually do. And so the hiring freeze, again, it ignores all that. It ignores the departments and the positions and the levels that people are at. It just says, if I may say, it's not doing the work that we're about. And it's not doing the work that John has been hired to do. And so when Amanda looks at these numbers and says, what about this task? Do we need this task? That's what we're about. That was what we were asked to do. And, she went through the list and in a responsible manner, and she deserves to have the answers to her questions. If others do not feel that they're prepared to do that, that's too bad, because an overall hiring freeze is not our charge. It's not what we've been asked to do. It's a shortcut. It's a tool that has no targeted intelligence behind it.
I've just been trying to figure out how to sort of explain the hiring freeze with words that we've already used tonight. And Isaac brought up a point of saying, let's go to the department heads and let's have them reduce the budget, because we don't know. We're not experts. And you brought up the Carol Lolott piece of it, right? And there's merit to that. There really is. But then to say I'm in support of a hiring freeze is basically saying we don't know what we're doing, but we'll freeze what he's doing. I don't. Does that make sense? I mean, you're sort of kind of doing a little bit of a word jumble on some policy. So we're going to go to the department heads, but then we're not going to allow the head of all departments to make decisions about those departments because they got to come before the board. So to me, we're sort of mincing words here a little bit. And I've been really trying to struggle as to how to make better sense of me, even though I understand where Oscar's point is coming from, to make better sense of this thing that we're debating, which to me isn't even a debate.
I have a question. Fish, at a couple meetings ago, I think you mentioned something about the idea that attrition could be one, instead of cutting personnel, that one way that we might look at reducing some of our some of our expenses would be through attrition. Mm-hmm. I was wondering if you could speak to if you recall what you were thinking with that and kind of how you were imagining that might work.
I mean, why don't we just skip to the point you want to make? I mean, that's that kind of a question. So
no, actually, I genuinely want to know what you were thinking.
Attrition to me would be not hiring an IT person. attrition to me would be, but that's a thing that we have here now that we can't make. I don't know. I'm not going to tell John, freeze the assistant town manager position because, we know, at least Liz and I know, and anybody who knew Patrick Moreland knows what he meant to this town and what he did for this town. But by instituting a hiring freeze, what do we do to the town manager's office? Because he can't hire that position. So
it's a not
I feel
a
like I didn't answer
thoughtful
your
way
question.
No,
to
actually, it really
manage the
helps.
staff.
I have a better sense of what you were.
It's just not. It's not done with any thought as to the operations of each department. It's. I hate to use my grandmother's favorite term, but it's willy-nilly, right? And we're better than that.
But it's not a ban on hiring. It just means that every addition, every choice is reviewed by a board that is trying very hard to lower ongoing costs without firing people. That's really the only way to do it without firing people. And if you don't have a hiring freeze and positions just get filled, then you lose your opportunity to have that happen.
Can I actually, Liz, let me
Fire people. No,
But I don't really want to do that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
But you do, because a hiring freeze is ultimately firing people.
What?
No, I'm gonna pivot our conversation here, Madam Chairman. I'm so sorry that I'm doing this, but I out of respect for the people sitting in the meeting and where we're at, I hope that we can sort of pivot it and kind of wrap it up for the evening. I will say that our departments work very hard. Our department heads, our staff. Fish called me someone who gets their hands dirty. That's part of my job. So I have a special allegiance for people who get their hands dirty. And note that we have some very high administrative costs in some of our departments. I think it's worth looking at because so I did bring up some topics that were on this list, which John awesomely provided. So I don't know if you guys know what we're looking at, but it's estimated personnel costs for various tasks and topics. It's not easy. It's difficult. Everybody's trying to work hard. I think it's getting late, and I think we should pivot out of the hiring freeze discussion and wrap it up, and because we'll see each other all again very soon.
And David has been raising his hand for a while, so as long as we...
Let's just make sure that we know what we're about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Amanda has identified some services that she'd like more information about and that we could consider eliminating as a municipal task. And I have as well. And I want our town manager to come back to us in a week's time with exploring those ideas.
And I'll clarify, it's not eliminating, but thinking creatively about potentially merging them. So we have some redundancies, right? Like maybe our, media coordinator, hi Seth, can help Rec and Parks. I mean, their personnel.
Well, he does,
time,
but yes.
47,000 going into social media and publicity stuff. So just kind of creative. When you go through this kind of budgetary squeeze, you find money under rocks. You find efficiencies. It's part of working as a team. And I firmly believe that we can do that. And I want to support our town staff in doing that.
And I think that really knowledge is key. And so knowledge of the departments, knowledge of what each person in the staff does is what we're about. It's what's useful. And our town manager has asked us to weigh in on some policy decisions on municipal services, and that's what we should be doing. So if we'd like to wrap up this discussion, not getting anywhere with the hiring freeze discussion, I'll ask once again, are there any services on this list that's been presented to us that people are questioning or would like a second look at? Anyone? So just to make my head straight, you haven't looked at any of these? You don't have any comments or suggestions about these services?
I have looked at them, yes. I don't have any services to propose for cutting. Now, it is actually 10:45. This is not a productive way to do this, in my opinion. I'm not gonna sit here and debate cutting the library hours by 30% at night on Thursday. I don't know. I feel like I've said how I feel.
I think we have to, the one thing that maybe that sort of gets managed, because I think Oscar's clearly heated. I get heated. Isaac seems to stay calm. I got to figure out what he's drinking. And I think we have to remember that this is a proposal that we will take a look at the next time. So as much as I said, we're going way back to cat licenses, remember that? That was like 2 days ago. That I think we do a disservice when we don't take at least a look at what we're here to do, and that's to reduce the budget. So I know that cutting the library hours, don't throw none of these things. So that's why, I'm not bringing anything to the table. Thank you, Amanda, for bringing something to the table. Thank you, Liz, for bringing something to the table. I don't have anything really functional to add to this. I've already been through it once, right? As I said, this is not a new stack of numbers. Numbers didn't get to change after the three of you guys won your seats. The numbers remain the same. This is what we have to work with. So I think, to your point, it is 10:45. It's 10:40 on my watch. I think we should charge John with taking a look at it and continue to have this conversation, I guess. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? Let me ask our chair.
Mm-hmm.
We have to warn an RTM.
Mm-hmm.
We have to try to get this thing in next month so that we give our staff a fighting chance at going out for construction bids and doing all the things that we know have to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What happens if this goes to the beginning of June?
It's a problem.
It is a
John,
problem.
you have the expertise.
Well, if it goes past the end of the fiscal year, we'll have to look for borrowing some money to cover our costs and the school tax. We could potentially, you could set a tax rate for the school tax, and then we could use our funds to keep operating and then borrow some money until you get a tax rate for the rest of the town. But that would mean we'd have to bill twice, which is not ideal. And it would be costing us money. You know, it's really behooves you
money.
to it behooves you to figure this out and get something that you think RTM can pass. Now, the department heads and we don't know what is going to pass at RTM. We'll go look at these suggestions that we've heard tonight and try to come up with, is there some staff savings in there? I'm happy to bring back all of the positions that Oscar would freeze and talk to you about what services we lose if we don't rehire those things. I don't think that I think that is going to be a very lengthy conversation and a difficult way to do budgeting. But if that's what you all want to do, I'm happy to have that conversation.
Okay, so I have a short list here of people who have signed up to talk about possible service reductions. And why don't I just go to that? And Ken Fay is not here, but Susan Belleville is.
Susan Belleville, Brattleboro. So I need to make some points. I have served on a public board, a municipal board, school director for the town of Guilford, as well as chair for a number of years, as well as chair of the WSGSU board for a number of years. Here's what I need to say. You each have the responsibility to tell John what you want for a bottom line. It's John's responsibility to come back and tell you what that's going to look like. It's not You shouldn't be doing this to John. You need, or the department heads who put forward a really good budget that you guys don't like and the RTM members don't like. You need to tell John what your bottom line is, and he comes back to us with that information. That's it. That's his job. Yours is to not micromanage him and give him the responsibility and the room to do his job. That's what's got me so upset. You need to take the courage because you wanted these jobs. You came up with this reason why you had to have this job. It's your job now. Put on your big boy pants and make those decisions and tell John that he has to do it.
David?
Thank you, David Lovemock, District 9. Oscar kind of got to this at one point and then pulled back. I'm rather confused by this whole part of the evening because this describes a list of activities, services that the town provides and has dollar amounts related to current personnel fulfilling those service activities. If you're not going to cut staff, and I'm not arguing for that, but if you're not going to cut staff, if you're not going to do a hiring freeze, then I don't see how identifying particular service areas you don't want to do gets you any savings in the budget. So, and I think we gather John doesn't agree with me. I don't see where this gets you any savings.
I think you're misreading John's list, and that if a service was identified that is not needed, then it may very well lead to staff reductions. The point is that we're not saying, off with your head. We're saying we don't want this service.
Okay, I understand, but maybe the reason I'm confused is because in previous discussions, at least with the last select board, personnel cuts were ruled out of line.
And that is not the case here.
Ah, okay. Well, that's interesting to know. That was never a point that was explicitly acknowledged by anyone.
That is the case here. I think we talked about it last Tuesday or whenever, but that decision was made by the board. I have Jan Therese. No? Okay. Then please go ahead, sir.
Okay, once I touch it, I'm good to go. Thank you. It takes me a while to get up here, but I think you've noticed that once I get up here, I'm pretty brief. I just wanted to thank you all for the discussion tonight. I think it's really important. My name is Eric Karen. I'm from District 7. I'm also experienced both on a multi-million-dollar budget at a nonprofit and the department head for a high school of over 1,300 students at times. And I have to say that the basic thing that happens when I've had to be called in as a department head are some of the things that we had to do were some of the things that were presented right here tonight. So my brief comment is that I heard the solution to our problem tonight. Almost everybody here offered a piece of it, but the problem was solved. And we just have to listen to the folks that spoke up. I heard Isaac say, we need to trust our department heads. Ask them how to cut the budget by whatever percent, 4%, 5%. Ask them for their ideas. And as we've already seen tonight, they will do it. We heard Oscar say, when we don't want to fire people, let us as a board that's responsible look at the positions of people that have left and then make decisions about how to work with those positions, adjust them, change them, add them, meld them in, add the right one position here and let someone else with experience take over. But you have to have those discussions here. And you have to use that information. The hiring freeze is a critical piece of that. And I heard Amanda offer ideas on how to look at the line items and say, hey, we could probably cut this by half or look at this differently and make a big difference. And, I think these new ideas, these new steps are so critical, and they are showing us how to solve the problem. But we have to get by the roadblocks to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's give Dick DeGray the last word, and then we'll wrap this up.
Last word, Madam Chairman. Someone has to clarify to me. John said a few minutes ago that he is, in essence, has some positions that he hasn't filled, and it's a hiring freeze, so to speak. When you do a hiring freeze, can someone tell me right now, does that reduce the budget? Reductions in staff reduce the budget, right? Am I correct, Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, you are, Mr. DeGray.
And so if you're doing a hiring freeze, you're not reducing the budget. You're just not filling a position. That's my understanding. And certainly I've been on that board. I was on that board for 8 years and on the school board for 4 years and the finance committee for several years. And so I understand that cutting personnel is difficult. You offered, Madam Chairwoman, a reduction in service to the library. There should be at least a discussion on your proposal, whether it goes by the board as you have done all evening long. I don't support a hiring freeze because it doesn't reduce the budget. And this is about reducing the budget. And so, I like Oscar, but I think, Oscar, with all due respect, you're hell-bent on something that all it's doing is not reducing the budget. And so if you don't fill those positions and you go all the way to the next year and you say, well, we didn't fill these positions, then we can reduce the number of those positions in the budget and take that money out. Just because you don't hire someone doesn't reduce the tax burden that we have to pay. And that's, I think, what has been lost in this whole conversation this evening about a hiring freeze. That doesn't reduce the budget. When you reduce personnel, that's when you're reducing the budget and the tax implications. And so I think there should be a discussion on stuff that Amanda brought up and stuff that Liz brought up and any other suggestions that you have. And I don't disagree with Isaac. I think that as you leave here, I would be asking the department heads to come up with any possible reductions that they could and bring them back to you at your next meeting. That would be fair to them. That would appease Isaac and I think the previous speaker. So this has been spirited, but at some point you got to make some decisions and move on. And I thank you very much.
I don't know how you did that with exactly 3 minutes, but I'm impressed.
Nailed it.
All right, so here's where we are, right? We have some suggestions, and which will translate into guidance for John. Then John is going to have to use his judgment as town manager to come up with a budget that reduces spending considerably. And unfortunately, he will be doing that without the benefit of all of our guidance. So he will take Amanda's suggestions and my suggestions and prepare a draft budget for us for next Thursday. If anyone has any other suggestions based on services, you have 5 minutes.
Well, I think it would be, since we do have department directors here and we're talking about cutting hours for the library and the director of the library is here, if she's willing to speak to it.
I'm not going to ask her to do that now. I'm going to ask John to discuss with her and to present his findings in a draft budget next week.
as he will do with Amanda's suggestions and any other suggestions that he deems necessary, because that's all we heard this evening. And, if he wants to throw in cat license in there, it was voted down, but maybe it could be revised next Thursday. There have been some revenue ideas presented, and they were approved by this board, and so they will be included in the budget. I don't think really there's anything else to say this evening, so I'll ask for someone to move to adjourn.
I can do that motion. I also just want to express so much gratitude for everyone who's still here, tomorrow morning's going to come early, and a lot of people have to come right back here. So thank you, people online, and just the dedication and love you have for our town inspires us every day, and thank you for putting us here. And with that, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Great. Amanda's made a motion to adjourn. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye.